but we never participated in that before, but we'll learn. Today's a good day to learn. But we would like to start off this morning. The prayer song, prayer. So we're kind of talking, and what we'd like to do this morning is sing that Four Direction song for the people here. And then as we sing that, you guys can pray to the west and the north, and you guys probably know things about that already. But we'd like to do that this morning to begin the conference off this morning, and we'll sing the song, prayer song, and we're done. I'll have a short prayer for the people that are here today. Again, I just want to say thank you, Nikki, and sponsors and everybody for inviting us here to share some of our culture and some of our traditional ways, and especially our songs. Our songs are really important for singers, for the people, actually. Without songs and the drum, ceremonies and things that we do, sacred and spiritual ways, we can't do them without our songs. So there's three of us here today. We had a few more that maybe they'll show up in a while here, but we'd like to get started. So if y'all please stand. We're gonna sing the Four Direction song, and the first you guys pray to the west. That means you guys know that. You can sing that means yeah. Then the east, and then the south, and then we turn this way. Then we'll finish the prayer song that way. Tukashawa Kantaka, once again, we come as blessings on all that have made the circle today, Tukashina. I ask that you watch over them again today, Tukashina. Watch over their families at home, wherever they may live, Tukashina. Tukashawa Kantaka, I ask that you bless their homes, the sorrow that they love and they care for, Tukashina. Tukashawa Kantaka, I ask that you bless them with good health and happiness, Tukashina. Tukashawa Kantaka, once again, we pray for our children. Ask that you watch over them, over their parents, Tukasha. Tukasha, also ask that you grant blessings on our elders today, Tukasha. It's good for them, their families, their homes, all those that they love and they care for, Tukasha. Tukasha Wakantanka, I ask that you also bless them with good health and happiness, Tukasha. Tukasha Wakantanka, today we thank you for this very beautiful day. I guess we're gonna.
This is a good day. I'll greet you in my mother tongue. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu. 今日皆様と一緒にこうやって、世界平和のために祈れるのは本当にありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。So this is an auspicious weekend, auspicious day. We just finished the 11/11, created that portal. And today is, if you know anything about Indian culture, Far East, it's Diwali. And Diwali is the festival of the light. So this weekend, we have 11/11 portal, festival of light. So we're going to be beaming and ascending together in the light. So I'd like to thank our relatives here to open today with this beautiful drumming, setting the vibration for the world peace prayers. We're going to pray for the peace of the world. And before we do that, I'd like to talk a little bit about this peaceful. How many of you have you seen peacefuls around? Quite a few of you, but maybe not know the history of it. So there was a mystic master in Japan right after World War II, after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that went into prayer and deep meditation. And he received these words, but they're not words, they're vibration. And he received this prayer for world peace and said, Japan has a big mission to send love and light out to the world because of what happened. And these words, I'd like to share these words because the translation, may peace prevail on earth, doesn't give it enough credit. You know how when you translate a language, of course, you know the words from Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, it doesn't sometimes mean the same in English. So these two characters up here, sekai, this is the world of all dimensions, north, south, east, west, above and below, the world of all existence, all creation. So we say, may peace prevail on earth. It gets stuck on earth, but it's ever expanding. It's a very big, encompasses all of creation. So, hey, what peace, of course. So we're anchoring peace in all the dimensions, all the directions, the star nations, the galaxy. So when you see, may peace prevail on earth, just feel that it's much deeper and much wider than what the English can explain. So Master Goi, when he received this prayer, said, of course, Japan has that mission, but this may peace prevail on earth is now a universal prayer. It's not just a Japanese prayer. It's gone all over the world, and it's our prayer, our universal prayer, the global prayer for peace. We call this peaceful, the acupuncture of the earth, and it's planted in front of schools, parks, government buildings, people's backyards, and anywhere where the peaceful wants to be planted, because the peaceful is alive and it knows exactly where it wants to be planted. There's over 200,000 of these peacefuls, acupuncture needles, standing on Mother Earth. So you can imagine that here you're connected to all those points of light, all those points of love around planet Earth. So today we're going to over 200,000 in every country on Earth, planted by people like you who said, I want to plant a peaceful, but that peaceful knows where it wants to be planted. So, so that's a little bit about the history of the peaceful. And, this ceremony, remembering ancestors. So I headed out to the ceremony. I was in South Carolina and I drove here. And on the way, I picked up Grandmother Silverstar in Missouri. And then we're driving up to South Dakota. And I thought, wait a minute, we're going to pass right by Lincoln, Nebraska. So Lincoln, Nebraska is where my American ancestors are buried, right? They came over on the ship in 1905 from Russia and Germany. So I thought, my goodness, I'm going to stop by and visit their, visit them. And so I visited them and connected with them. And I'm thinking, wow, remembering ancestors, this is something else. And then we drove up, and then on the way here, I stopped at Fort Randall. And I thought, oh, I got to pay respect to Sitting Bull, who was there for about 18 months. And I thought, so I walked Fort Randall, and that was the closest I was going to get to his physicality of when he lived here. So I walked and connected with Sitting Bull, and again I thought, wow, connecting with ancestors. And so on Friday, we're driving around, and I was reminded that, oh, well, Chief Eagle rested his bones here, in Pickstown. This is his land where he grew up. And I thought, well, I'm on his land. So Grandmother Silverstar and I said, well, let's go to the cemetery where he's resting. So we went, and how many of you were at the Serpent Mount when we dedicated that peaceful to Chief? There's some of you here. So we honored Chief by dedicating or honoring him with a peaceful. So we had one of these peacefuls there that was in Lakota, Nakota, Dakota, and English. And we had a beautiful plaque put on the peaceful to honor him. And when we went out to the cemetery, it was planted right there, standing very brightly shining in between Eagle and Sherman. So that was amazing for me to see that. And I'd like to read that plaque because it was a very special plaque that, again, I'd like to read to all of you, the dedication plaque. And I have to pull it up here. Oh, and so we filled the peaceful with prayers. So everyone that was there at Serpent Mount, we came up and we wrote a prayer, and this is hollow. So that peaceful standing there has all of our prayers inside. And this is what the plaque says. With heartfelt love and respect, this peaceful stands in honor of Lauren Zephier. I'm going to get a little full-hearted. Okay. Chief Black Spotted Horse, Chief Golden Light Eagle, Chief Standing Elk, Ihanktawan Dakota Oyate of the Ocheti Shakoin, in gratitude for his lifelong giveaway dedicated to the spiritual awakening of the brothers and sisters of the four directions of Mother Earth. In love of service, Grandfather spread the love of the laws of creation. He walked the Elkway in gentle strength, spoke truth from his heart, saw purity in all things, and was a guardian and servant of all relations of Unchimaka, Mother Earth, the Wihaki Oyate star nations, and all creation, dedicated with love unto 7 generations and beyond and beyond. May peace prevail on earth. So it was a very, very special dedication we had, and you were there. And in fact, I think you planted that peaceful, helped to plant that peaceful with many others. So I bring that energy with us here. I know that Chief loved the flag ceremony we're about to do. He was all about creating world peace. And on the bottom it says bridging nations for world peace on that beautiful banner. So we're all bridges of peace. When I grew up American father, Japanese mother, post-war Japan, after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I couldn't understand why my two, you know, father motherlands were fighting the war, or fought the war. One dropped the atomic bomb on, you know, my motherland, and I swore, or I told myself when I grow up, I'm going to work for peace, and I'm going to be a bridge between East and West. So this means a lot to me, but all of you are bridges, all of you. The Rainbow Bridge. We're bridging everyone's hearts. All of you here. So today, when we carry the flags of all the nations, this is not a political flag. These are the spirit of every country, the people, man, woman, and child who lives on that region, that land. We're also calling in all of creation, animals, plants, and all of creation that live in that region, happens to be countries, but they're the cells of Mother Earth. Each of those regions are cells of Mother Earth. 193, 100. You will be amazed. You're going to meet new relatives today, because in normal everyday life, we don't think about the little island countries in, you know, the Pacific, or the little countries in Africa we've never heard about. But today we're going to voice their existence, call their spirit here, their souls here. And with this beautiful Star Nation, you know, people, we know how to do that. We know how to send love. We know how to send light. And we're going to pray for the evolution of all humanity. We're here to create the new earth. So whatever that's happening now, all the garbage, it's like detox time. You know, when you detox, all the garbage comes out, but we're moving into the new earth. We all feel that in our hearts. So let's keep that in our hearts as we call upon, you know, the souls of every nation, and to ignite the divine spark in the hearts of all humanity. And we're going to ask, okay, this is very organic because we haven't had any rehearsal, but I had three flag helpers that helped me set up these beautiful flags. Robin and where's Turtle? Turtle, where is she? So, oh, okay. So she's going to be coming, and here she is. We set up these beautiful flags. And, hello. So, and it's set in 11 regions. So we're going to travel from region to region to region. And you're going to be flag bearers. How about that? You want to carry the soul of a nation? Yes. So please, if you would, please prepare, and yeah, you'll hand out the flags. And what will happen is the large regions have 23 beautiful souls. So 23 people will hold the flag, and you will walk out as a region, and you will stand, make, I think, a semicircle around the drum, and then I will call out the names of each country, and then we'll say, may peace be in Albania. So I'll say Algeria, may peace be in Algeria. Albania, may peace be in Albania. And when you hold the flag, you're going to have a connection to that region, whether you know it or not, whether you're conscious of it or not. That country called to you. You may have ancestors there. You may have true life, you know, this life connection as well. But when Turtle and Patricia hands you a flag, look at the name. The name of the flag is on, the name of the country is on the flag. So just take a moment to connect with who, you know, you're representing on behalf of the people and all living things of that region. You're representing them. So connect with them come out when I call your country. Do a little step out and raise your flag so we can see. And our prayers will beam through the flags. The flags, the countries have guardians, guardian angels, guardian spirits protecting them. And our words of love and prayer will be sent through that flag as a portal and used to awaken the people of that region. So with that in mind, just know that you're doing such a big work for the evolution of humanity and calling in the new earth. I think you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes I get a little bit out there. Okay, so I'll get up and line up. If you wish to be a flag bearer, please. Yeah. So please line up. Is it? Yeah. How shall we line up? Oh, wow. Going around here. The volunteers could go around here, so please follow me around here. Precious, our precious flag bearers. And then, oh, come on, as a group, everyone, come around, and then we'll make a line here. And then these come around. Okay. The souls of these nations are waiting for you. And we start from region 1. So please come forward and you will be given a flag. And when we end a region, we'll have a group prayer for that region. So we'll stop and then they will be able to coordinate you. So the first region, we'll bring out the first region, which is Western Europe. So we'll call forth the spirit of Western Europe. And if you wish, read the flag you're holding and form a semicircle. Now, it's so important to radiate and transmit our prayers to those regions. And I'm going to ask the drummers to drum a beat of Mother Earth. You know, we're going to, the sound of the drums will help to send our prayers out around the world. So we have Western Europe, please come forward and make a semicircle. Okay, beautiful. How are we doing? 20, I believe there's 24. 24. I'd like to go around a little bit. I think we need 24 beautiful spirit flags, prayer flags. Hey. How's everybody doing? Okay. Can everyone step forward and form a circle, semicircle? Beautiful. I think I see the last. How about making a circle? That would be circle, circle. Look at these beautiful, look at the colors. And this is what the spirit of that region wants to, you know, show off their colors, spirit. Okay, so when I call the name of your country, these phrases, so we know where you are, and then we'll beam our prayers to that country. Okay. Andorra. Andorra. Together. May peace be in Andorra. Thank you. Austria. May peace be in Austria. Belgium. May peace be in Belgium. Denmark. May peace be in Denmark. Finland. May peace be in Finland. France. May peace be in France. Germany. May peace be in Germany. Greece. May peace be in Greece. Iceland. May peace be in Iceland. Ireland. May peace be in Ireland. Italy. May peace be in Italy. Liechtenstein. May peace be in Liechtenstein. Luxembourg. May peace be in Luxembourg. Malta. May peace be in Malta. Monaco. May peace be in Monaco. The Netherlands. May peace be in the Netherlands. Norway. May peace be in Norway. Portugal. May peace be in Portugal. San Marino. May peace be in San Marino. Spain. Be in the Vatican. Okay, all flag bearers, point your flags toward Sogo. The drums, the sound of the drums and our prayers, and we'll send it off again to Western Europe. Let's say, may peace be in Western Europe, may peace prevail on earth. May peace be in Western Europe. May peace prevail on earth. Okay, flag bearers, thank you. Please turn your flags on the ledge there against the wall, and go around and pick the next flag. Eastern Europe is going to form a circle around the sacred drum. We've got 21 spirit flags, prayer flags of Eastern Europe. Form a beautiful circle. And remember, the igniting the divine spark in the souls of every nation, in the cells of Mother Earth. Right. Let's begin with Albania. May peace be in Albania. Belarus. May peace be in Belarus. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bulgaria. May peace be in Bulgaria, Croatia. May peace be in Croatia, the Czech Republic, Estonia. Speak in Estonia, Hungary. May peace be in Hungary. Kosovo. May peace be in Kosovo. Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, North Macedonia, Poland, may peace be in Poland. May peace be in Slovakia. It's going to make us so peace be in Eastern Europe. May peace be in Eastern Europe. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you, flag bearers. Thank you. Next, we're ready for the spirit and soul of the Middle East to come forward. We welcome the spirit and soul region of the Middle East to come forward. Our words, thoughts, and actions are so powerful, especially at this time. They accumulate to form the destiny of humanity. What we are doing is changing the world. Welcome the Middle East, 16 beautiful regions of the world.
Relatives, today with our star symbols is a day of light, sound, and vibration, and our guardian is Universal Mother. Universal Mother teaches us prayer is the power to direct the movement of time.
And prayers for the Middle East. May peace be in Bahrain. Cyprus. May peace be in Cyprus. Iran. May peace be in Iran. Iraq. May peace be in Iraq. Jordan. May peace be in Jordan. Tonight. May peace be in Kuwait. Lebanon. May peace be in Lebanon. Oman. May peace be in Oman. Qatar. May peace be in Qatar. Saudi Arabia. May peace be in Saudi Arabia. Syria. May peace be in Syria. Turkey. May peace be in Turkey. The United Arab Emirates. May peace be in the United Arab Emirates. Yemen. May peace be in May peace be in Palestine. May peace be in Palestine. May peace be in Israel. May peace be in Israel. May peace prevail on earth. May peace. Flags, nations for their prayers, and let's soak up blessings from the throne. And now we travel all the way to Asia and we call the souls of Central Asia, the spirit of Central Asia. Please surround the drums. Central Asia. 17 beautiful spirit flags. The guardians of Asia, of each region. Can you imagine how grateful they are to your offering for peace to prevail in the hearts of all humanity? Let's make a circle. Oh, we still have more to come. We still have starting with Afghanistan. May peace be in Afghanistan. Pastor like John, may peace. Bangladesh. May peace be in Bhutan. May peace be in Bhutan. Georgia. May peace be in Georgia. England. May peace be in India. Pakistan. May peace be in Pakistan. May peace be in Pakistan. Mongolia. May peace be in Mongolia. Nepal. May peace be in Nepal. Pakistan. May peace be in Pakistan. Sri Lanka. May peace be in Sri Lanka. Tajikistan. May peace be in peace. Gather to the center. Lives, blessings of this nation. The sound of the drums carry our prayers to Central Asia. Thank you, flag bearers. Please carry the prayer flags. Amen. East Asia. Hey, the beautiful spirit and souls of East Asia, represented by these prayer flags. Prayer flag, East Asia. Unite Jerusalem. May peace be in Jerusalem. May peace be in China. Indonesia. May peace be in Indonesia. Japan. May peace be in Japan. North Korea. Maldives. May peace be in Maldives. Myanmar. May peace be in Myanmar. The Philippines. May peace be in the Philippines. Singapore. May peace be in Singapore. South Korea. May peace be in South Africa. May peace be in Taiwan. May peace be in Jesus. May peace. Yes. Vietnam. May peace be in Vietnam. All flag bearers gather in the center. Receive blessings from the Star Nation and the promise. May peace. May peace be in peace. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you, Zephiers. Thank you, Spirit of Savior. Angel of the Ghost of Oceania. Things of Oceania. The healing of souls and the healing of nations. It's happening here. For peace to prevail on earth and for the new earth we are part of. Oceania is complete now. Hey. May peace be in Australia. Fiji. May peace be in Fiji. May peace be in Kiribati. The Marshall Islands. May peace be in the Marshall Islands. Micronesia. May peace be in Micronesia. Nauru. May peace be in Nauru. New Zealand. May peace be in New Zealand. Palau. May peace be in Palau. Papua New Guinea. May peace be in Papua New Guinea. Samoa. May peace be in Samoa. May peace be in May peace be in Cuba. Vanuatu. May peace be in Vanuatu. Flag bearers gather the center city. May peace be in Oceania. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you, Oceania. And now travel to the African continent. We will start with Northern Africa. Northern Africa. Let's remember, most of Africa is at war right now. Yeah. There's over 30 wars taking place on planet Earth now. Needs our prayers. To North Africa. Peace. Algeria. Chad. Peace. And Chad. Djibouti. May peace be in Djibouti. Egypt. May peace be in Egypt. Peace. May peace. May peace. May peace be in Mali. Mauritania. May peace. Niger. South Sudan. May peace be in South Sudan. May peace be in Sudan. Tunisia. May peace be in Tunisia. Circle. Point your flags. The continent of Africa, big, large, beautiful continent. From north, we travel east and south. Please welcome the spirit and soul of East and South Africa. For East and South Africa. Angola. May peace be in Angola. May peace be in Botswana. The Comoros. May peace be in the Comoros. Eswatini. May peace be in Eswatini. Kenya. May peace be in Kenya. Lesotho. May peace be in Lesotho. Madagascar. May peace be in Madagascar. Malawi. May peace be in Mauritius. May peace be in Mauritius. Mozambique. May peace be in Mozambique. Namibia. May peace be in Namibia. Seychelles. May peace be in Seychelles. Somalia. May peace be in Somalia. South Africa. May peace be in South Africa. Tanzania. May peace be in Tanzania. Zambia. May peace be in Zambia. Zimbabwe. May peace be in Zimbabwe. Laggards gathered to the center of the circle and soak our prayers. Transmit them, send them off to peace in South Africa. And together, may peace be in peace in South Africa, may peace prevail on earth. May peace be in peace in South Africa. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you, those migrants. There's as we see East and Central Africa, off, we welcome West and Central Africa. East and South Africa. Affairs now West and Central Africa. West and Central. Many of these countries are new friends to us. Let's embrace them. For shining the spirit and soul of Western Central Africa. For the comfort of our blessings and prayers. Peace and harmony. Offering. To send our love to West and Central Africa. Benin. Peace. Burkina Faso. Peace. Burkina Faso. Burundi. Peace. Burundi. May peace be in Cape Verde. May peace be in Cape Verde. The Central African Republic. May peace be in the Central African Republic. Democratic Republic of the Congo. May peace be in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Republic of the Congo. May peace be in the Republic of the Congo. Cote d'Ivoire. May peace be in Cote d'Ivoire. Equatorial Guinea. May peace be in Equatorial Guinea. Gabon. May peace be in Gabon. May peace be in Ghana. May peace be in Ghana. Guinea. May peace be in Guinea-Bissau. May peace be in Guinea-Bissau. Liberia. May peace be in Liberia. Nigeria. May peace be in Nigeria. Rwanda. May peace be in Rwanda. Sao Tome and Principe. May peace be in Sao Tome and Principe. Senegal. May peace be in Senegal. Sierra Leone. May peace be in Sierra Leone. Togo. May peace be in Togo. Uganda. May peace be in Uganda. Let us form a circle around the sacred drum and receive blessings from the Star Nation and the four-legged world. Feel the energy circle. May peace be in West and Central Africa. May peace be on earth. May peace be in West and Central Africa. May peace be on earth. Thank you, my goodness. Travel from we are forming the union of the condor, quetzal, and the eagle. Our brothers and sisters in the south. We offer our prayers in South America and the condor. Argentina, may peace be in Argentina. Bolivia, may peace be in Bolivia. Brazil, may peace be in Brazil. Chile, may peace be in Chile. Colombia, may peace be in Colombia. Ecuador, may peace be in Ecuador. Guyana, may peace be in Guyana. May peace be in Peru. Suriname, may peace be in Uruguay. May peace be in Venezuela. May peace be in Venezuela. May all flaggers gather to the center. Que la paz prevalezca en la tierra. Que la paz prevalezca en la tierra. Que la paz prevalezca en la tierra. Thank you, my bears. We are almost at the end of the journey. We reached North and Central America, from the Caribbean. We welcome the flags of North and Central America. Stepping forward. Let's go for your circle. Okay. Let's begin with Antigua and Barbuda. May peace be in Antigua and Barbuda. The Bahamas. May peace be in the Bahamas. Barbados. May peace be in Barbados. Belize. May peace be in Belize. Canada. May peace be in Costa Rica. May peace be in Costa Rica. Cuba. May peace be in Cuba. Dominica. May peace be in Dominica. The Dominican Republic. May peace be in the Dominican Republic. El Salvador. May peace be in El Salvador. Grenada. May peace be in Grenada. Guatemala. May peace be in Guatemala. Haiti. May peace be in Haiti. Honduras. May peace be in Honduras. Jamaica. May peace be in Jamaica. Mexico. May peace be in Mexico. Nicaragua. May peace be in Nicaragua. Panama. May peace be in Panama. St. Kitts and Nevis. May peace be in St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Lucia. May peace be in St. Lucia. Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. May peace be in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Trinidad and Tobago. May peace be in Trinidad and Tobago. The United States of America. May peace be in the United States. All flag bearers stand to the center. Prayers, and around the world with the vibration of the drums. All flag bearers, let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Let's open up the circle. And I'd like to call on the flag bearers. Nelson. Nelson. Please see all the individuals. All the flags can be unrolled, unfurl them, and hand them out to people in the audience. I want all 193 flags for the finale to be one global family. If you need to carry 2 flags, please do so. And gather in a big circle around the drums as one global family. Our beautiful Earth, planet Earth, all these beautiful souls and spirits living on planet Earth, also representing the kingdom of plants, animals, and all creation of Mother Earth. Let's form a big circle. And I'm going to ask the drummers to sing a finale song. Finale global world peace song. Please form the circle. So beautiful. The flags are still coming out. Oh, grab a bunch if you need to, and pass some of the flags out. Oh, everyone, please come forward. Yes, or let's. Okay, this is good. Look at this. Feel the spirit. Our planet. Let's remember, we all came here to create world peace. Global peace, harmony. Love. Regulations. No borders. It's one. Come forward. Let's get close to the drums so that everyone can, and you can drape the flags. Yes. Just people drape the flags on the drums. Yes. Okay. Like point to the store. Oh, the kids are the flags. Okay, so let us feel the spirit, Mother Earth, send. Every form of us. Prevail on her 3 times together. How did you can so the whole world will hear us? I'd love to take a group photo if you can just step back. And Nikki take a photo from the front and we can all line up behind the flags and create an opening here. Nikki, where are you? Photo. Oh, you know what? I can. So I'm gonna come here. Stand by the foot of the stage. Somehow, yeah. I want everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna take it from out here. Right. Let's create a little bit of an opening here because I want to see all your faces. Okay. The drummers, please. Please. Beautiful. Can I have a flag? I want one. All right. Okay. How do we look? Can we all fit? Wave in. Friendly planet. Friendly planet. Okay, Nikki. All right. Thank you everyone for blessing our planet and thank you to our drummers. Wow, this is a huge job. Thank you. Okay, let's put the flags back and back to us. Let's also say a big thank you to Nikki. Thank you, Nikki, for bringing us together. All right, family, if we can get settled, and wasn't that beautiful? I want to remind everybody to check out our vendors. They're here for you. And we also have a reminder for Albino Sandoval, and he's got a specialty in massage technique for, there are a couple of flyers around the room. You can call in and set up an appointment for yourself. Or contact me and I'll get you that number. Patty Tate, we were honored to meet yesterday. Today, she's going to be talking to us about astrology. For this part of the day, we're going to call her Willow Grace Astrology instead of Patricia Tate. Okay, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I was going to ask if you can move that forward. Thank you. Yeah. Except that.
All right, thank you. I have an astrology program called Solar Fire and Astro Gold, which helps me to calculate the exact date, time, and location of where the stars and the planet. I think just like hello. Is that better? Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's directional stuff like that.
Staring at it. I think that's great. Thanks. All right, thank you. My name is Patricia Tate, and I'm an astrologer, and I read tarot cards.
I'm telling you, I'm sure.
He's going to turn it up.
Turn it up, Eddie. Crank it. You raise your hand in the camera and you start following it out.
Sorry.
No,
All right, my name is Patricia Tate. I'm an astrologer. I read tarot cards and I'm a Reiki master. And I love everything that has to do with numbers, astrology, numerology, symbolism. So astrology speaks to me because it explains a lot of where we've come from, our past, and our future of where we are going. We can literally look at your birth chart of the time that you were born and look into your past and into your future of what is going on. And so this is a chart of, let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, this is a chart of today. So I want to draw everybody's attention to what is going on here. So this represents our moon, our sun, and Mars. We are currently in the phase of a new moon, planting the seeds for new moon intentions to occur in the sign of Scorpio. We also have Mars here. Mars is initiatory, it's passion, it's drive, it's desire. The sun is who we are, and the moon is our emotions, our feelings, our intuition. So every month we have the beginning of something new where we plant seeds, so a new moon. So I encourage everyone this evening plant seeds that have to do with Scorpio themes, or if you know where Scorpio is in your chart, it's about planting a seed for what you want to start in the future. And then it goes for like a 6-month cycle. So the new moons are like 1 month, 6 months, and then the come full circle. I want to also explain a little bit about what this chart is. If someone were born today, this is what the sky would look like right now. We would have Mars, Sun, Moon, Venus, all in the sky. Their south node would be in Libra. Our south node is our past, where we've come from, and then they would be a Capricorn rising. They would have the sun and the moon in the sign of Scorpio, but they would be a Capricorn rising. So whenever you listen to your astrology or follow your astrology, I encourage you to listen to it for your rising sign. And I'll show you some charts in just a few, and then we can talk about what we can learn from it. The house system, so astrology is made up of the signs, you know, Aries, Virgo, you know, all those, and then the planets, and they consider the sun and the moon to be luminaries, and then the houses. So it's 12, 12, and 12. So this person would have Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in their first house, be very solid, grounded, having to go through many transformations in their life. And so this is where, well, okay, so the first house is the self, what they would look like, how they would act. The second house is what they value, people, places, things, money. The third is how they would communicate. The fourth is home, family, roots, foundation, traditions. The fifth is what brings them joy, pleasure. It's children, childlike activities, or adult playmates. The sixth house is the house of mental, physical, spiritual health, well-being, mentors and guides. And then we move to the top part. Everything up here is where all the planets are in the sky at the time that you were born. So that's why having your exact date, time, and location is really important. So this person may be a Capricorn rising, but they really need connections with people who are Cancer, who have familial bonds, and who focus on home. So the seventh house is our partners, our best friends, our significant others, our partners with business. If the second house is all intimate with my values, my cash, my property, my resources, the eighth house is how I am in the outside world. The resources that I look for in the outside world or that I'm part of. The third house being close to home, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, learning close to home. The ninth house is the house of travel. It's inner connection, it's cross-cultural connections, it's traveling, it's spirituality. If the fourth house is home, then the 10th house is you in your outside career, your legacy, or what you want to leave, the path that you want to be known for. It's the highest part of the chart of where people see you. If the fifth house is fun and romance and joy and pleasure, then the 11th house is your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your goals, and who you connect up with in order to get those things. The sixth house being the house of mental, physical, spiritual health, well-being. The 12th house is fears. It's the house of isolation. It's dreams, intuition. It's where we go to rest and recover. And so we look at the person's chart and we can find out, or we can discuss where you came from in a past life of where did things not go well. And if you don't believe in past lives, then you look at it as generational things that have been passed down from the great grandparents to the grandparents to the parents to us. And so then we can look at, well, what's the solution? What's the healing opportunity? What am I looking for? And so astrology tells us all of those things. So if anybody has their exact, like, I need exact date, time, and location, are you willing to be open? Okay, I'm totally good. Just know that so I'm going to start off by saying first, thank you, because whenever you share your astrology, you're literally saying, here's the blueprint of my life. I trust you to share this information and not abuse it, because We look at trauma, we look at opportunities for healing, we look at connections, and everything can be found in your birth chart. All right, so, hold on. There you go. All right, I need your name. Yeah, well, you're still good?
Yeah.
Tabby? Okay, and I need your date of birth. So, okay, so November 8th, 2000, or, yeah, 2005. And your time?
6:02.
And your place? Okay, hold on. Is it Lincoln, Alabama? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me go back. Lincoln, Alabama, Lincoln, Argentina, Lincoln, Arkansas, Lincoln. Hold on. Am I spelling something wrong? Oh. Girlfriend gotta help me out. Make sure I'm not spelling. Oh, here it is. Lancaster. Lincoln, Nebraska in Lancaster. Is it a county?
Yeah.
That's what I was, yeah, because there were apparently a lot of Lincolns out there. All right. So we look at Tabby and girlfriend, the last year and a half has been really rough for you. So we look at this and we say, okay, it's okay to speak freely, right? Okay, so Tabby is a Scorpio rising, which means she learns all of her lessons through her interactions with other people. She doesn't learn the lesson on her own. She learns her lessons by interacting with people and having them be true and faithful and respectful or not. And then she takes it in and it creates a memory within her that lets her learn who is safe, who is not. How do I trust? When do I trust? Anybody who has a sun in Scorpio, rising sign in Scorpio, moon in Scorpio, that's how they learn. She has her sun and Jupiter in her rising sign. She is learning, she's rising to this occasion in this lifetime. And her sun is just saying that I'm up for this challenge. I want to be a Scorpio. I want to feel other people's energy. When she walks into a room, typical Scorpio. Are there any other Scorpios? Not talking bad about you, just throwing it out there. Just throwing the shade and taking it back. Scorpios walk into a room and like an Aries walks into a room and they're bouncy, happy Mercury people, like your Virgo, we can talk about them. Scorpio walks in and they survey the room and they usually stand to the outside because it's about safety and security for them. They look at what is everybody doing, who's talking, who's not. They literally are the wallflowers that stand around, sit in the back, and they look at what's going on and they're saying, oh, that person's fake. I like that. I might be interested in connecting up with that person. They're not big group, big party people. Usually they are usually, with Scorpio, you're either drawn to them or you're repelled by them. They're raw, they're authentic, they're real. They come in and in the middle of the room, after they've surveyed the room and they feel pretty comfortable, like they really read people's energy. And then they sit down and they'll drop a zinger. They'll come in and they'll say, so what do you think about blah, 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 sex? And everybody will look like, where did that come from? Or what do you think about death and blah, blah, blah? Like they will ask a question that a lot of people would say, well, that's inappropriate. That's taboo topic. Look, with a Scorpio, there is no taboo topic. They are meant to be here on this earth and to bring it out become a permanent core memory. And then and she'll like think twice about trusting you again. And if she does trust you again, and if something happens, she'll say, back on November 12th at 4:20, you did this. And and then you say, well, I thought you forgave me. I did forgive you. That does not mean that they forget. They like carry it in them. That's how they learn. That's how they learn with who is safe and who is not, and their lessons. And that's just her son. We can tell that she has this, we can talk about her past life. We can look at this and say, in a past life, we look at her south node. Something went wrong. Let's talk about that. Hold on. Let me do a bi-wheel. Because she's having a nodal, yeah. Let me do a bi-wheel. Because we can talk about like, where is she right now? What is going on in Tabby's life? And be nosy as you know what. So Tabby is having a nodal return. Do you see where these two nodes are coming together? They come together every 19 years. And when I said last year and a half was rough with her, her last year and a half was rough because this little horseshoe, her south node was in her first house of self, and the north node was in her seventh house of partnership. She was learning for a year and a half. Who do I trust? How do I trust? I want to be in this relationship, but I don't want to lose my identity. I want to be with you and I want to be clingy, but I don't want you to push me away, but I need my space. And what does that look like? And so that was her year and a half. And these nodes, they went across her son, her personal identity. She felt it to her core. She learned a lot of lessons about herself. And then the north node was in her seventh house, bringing her many opportunities for, I need to figure out who is safe, secure, and grounded in relationships, significant others, best friends, open enemies, exes. Yeah.
So the nodes move backwards.
Right. So let's talk about that. So the planets go, they rotate this way, and the nodes rotate clockwise. And what they do is they activate different parts of your chart. So I knew for the last year and a half that her north node was going across her seventh house of partnership. She had many opportunities of people to come in and help ground her, help her show her what is stability. And now she has this nodal return of these two nodes, and it'll be for 18 months. So we can go back and say, back in February, March, there was something that happened that initiated or activated I need to focus on me. It has to be about me. I've spent a lot of time focusing on other people, and what does that look like? The north node in Aries. Everybody had something happen back in like February, March that was, they're activated by the eclipses. So you have to say, okay, where are the eclipses? The eclipses are going to be on the Aries Libra axis of your life for 18 months. We can look and say, what is Tabby doing today? Tabby is having a solar return. Her sun is coming back to the place of where in the sky where it was when she was born, and the moon is there and Mars is there. This is huge for her. This is her saying, I have learned a lot, and now I need to focus on me, and I need to release this. I need to let it go. I need to put this stuff in the past. I need to detach from some of these feelings, and now I'm going to focus on deep healing because she's had a year and a half. And so the north node being in her sixth house for the next year and a half. So we go back to February, March, there were some things that were activated, and then it hit you again in October because there were two eclipses in October. One was releasing the past. So probably relationship wise, and it could be significant other, it could be best friend. It really showed you who your best friends were. And then you are now going to be focused on, I need a mentor. I need a guide. I need to focus on my mental, physical, spiritual, psychological health and well-being. I need to put myself as a priority. And what does that look like? I need to release the karma, the stuff that she has brought with her. The south node in the 12th house The South Node in general is where we are comfortable, where we've come from, and where we need to release. Hers is connecting with a pattern from the past of, I have to release this where I give to everybody all the time and I make myself number two. I need rest and recovery. I need to make myself number one. How old are you? Okay, we can look at her wound and we can say what she is learning. Tabby is learning all of these things she's going to be learning about boundary issues. She's going to learn to use her I statements, and people are not going to like that. They're going to say, you're selfish. And I'm like, no. I think that the next year and a half for everybody is, I need to put self first. I need to focus on me before I focus on anybody else. Libra is we. Libra wants to bring everybody together, but not in a love relationship. It wants to collaborate. It wants to bring together. She's probably going to be diving into some taboo topics of mysticism. I don't know, like we could go into it, but like she's going to dive deep into anything that would be secretive, dreams, intuition, Akashic records, spiritualism, anything that has to do with anything that is unseen by us, but dream related, astral traveling, astral projection, all of those things are in the 12th house. She came in with them and she probably feels a burden. When a Scorpio walks into the room, they feel everybody's energy. The water signs always pick up on everything that everybody has. And then when you say, yeah, how are things going? And you say, oh, everything's fine. And she's like, yo, that's not what my radar says. Like my body says that you're tense. I can like feel it. She, like she needs to go home. She needs to shower and ground and carry her stones. And she needs to be able to release those things. And she's learning how to do that in this lifetime. And so for the next year and a half of her life, she's going to have to set aside time to rest and recover and have a place of her own, whether it be in a bedroom or some, like a place where she can self-isolate to tap into, are those my feelings or are those somebody else's? I need to put my feelings first before I support and give to others.
What can you see about past life?
Let's talk about that. Okay, I'm gonna do one wheel, and then I'll. So the way past lives work, you look at somebody's South Node, and we see that her South Node is in her 12th house of isolation. Well, it definitely went wrong, and she was probably imprisoned. It was self-isolation. It was just not healthy. And then we say, well, who rules Libra? Well, Venus does. Okay, it's in her 3rd house of communication, education. And then we say, well, what else is blocking you? What went wrong with her? She was most likely isolated, self-imprisoned for knowledge, for wanting to understand topics that were hidden, taboo, or not open for everybody. And she literally was, and her beauty had something to do with it. And people probably turned to her for it. I mean, Venus is the goddess of love, but she's also money and things that you value. And she valued it. She greatly valued it, but it went wrong, terribly wrong. And so there was this self-imprisoned. So in this lifetime, she will repeat it until she says, oh, okay. And it takes years. She hasn't even learned her lesson yet. Her life lesson is going to be around the age of 28, wherever you have your Chiron. That degree there is a year before, year of, year after. So we know at around 28, Tabby's going to say, oh, I get it. That doesn't mean that something bad didn't happen to her when she was younger. I'm going to use my daughter for an example. My daughter's Chiron was 26. So my daughter, 3 stints in rehab, she's 6 years clean and sober. And I'm looking at her chart all the time thinking, when, finally, like, let's get it together, because there was no traumatic event that happened to her.
She just went down that path and she had to discover those things. And then at 26, she had this aha moment for Chiron of, oh, I'm the cause of my problems. It wasn't something that happened to me like abuse or neglect. I caused my own problems and I have to be the one to rescue myself. And so oftentimes something around that age, like 28, it'll be 28, 27, 28, 29. It'll have something to do with siblings, cousins. It'll have something to do with those people that are closest to her. And it'll have something to do with education or short distance travel. She'll either have an aha moment of, oh, I get it. And this has wounded me for the rest of my life. And now I have to work to heal it. How do I work to heal it? And so that's where she's going to focus on her North Node. North Node is in Aries. Aries is the warrior. It's a freaking goddess that, and a god, like the male warrior or the female of, I have to initiate. The 6th house is the house of mental, physical, spiritual, psychological health and well-being. She has to be in charge of her own. She has to find a mentor. She has to find a guide. It will probably not come from home. It'll probably come from outside of. Now, what is it going to do for her? How will it help her? Okay, the red lines are areas of difficulty. The blue are our gifts, our opportunities. And so you know that when she finds this guide, this mentor, and she taps into her own healing, she will most likely use it for her career. It's not going to happen until after 29 because Saturn is at the top of her chart saying, Saturn returns coming around 28, 29, 30, and they hit you like 3 times, usually 3 times if you make it to be old enough. The first one is 28, 29, 30, and she'll say, yeah, I need to get my acting gear. Most 28-year-olds or 29-year-olds, they look around and they're like, okay, I've played around. I need to pick the right mountain. Saturn is Capricorn. It's pick the mountain, and I need to learn how to climb to the top of that mountain. I need to pick a path that's sustainable. And then she'll pick it, and then she'll be on it for the next 29 years. And then when she gets to that 58, 59, 60, it'll be a chance for, and now I can give back. She'll, whatever lessons that she is going to be learning, it will be about her. It'll be about hidden topics, dreams, intuition, psychic ability, connection to the spiritual realm. And it'll be, how can I use this for my career, or how do I support? It's the top of her chart. It'll be, I want to write a book about it. I want to be known for it, not in a bad way. Like, it's Leo. Leo is, look at me, I need to have my voice heard, but not in a bad way. Who are the Leos? Like, Leos are wound. I'm a Leo sun, so I'm going there. A Leo, people will say, Leo, it's always got to be about you. You're always so showy. You're always so, well, okay, that's the insecurity. Leo want to be seen. They want to be heard. Just like the Scorpio need to feel safe and secure. Leo they want to have a great time. They want to be out there, but they want to have their voice heard. Think about the lion. They want people to hear the roar, and they want people to believe it, not just for, oh, they're just, they're always loud. They're always talking. They got nothing good to say, blah, 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 blah. And so each sign has like so many great qualities that are like, that add into the flavor of who is Tabby. We can look and say, okay, she's very intuitive. Okay, my Scorpios, just blowing your cover here. So anybody who has sun, moon, or rising has a Scorpio. First off, they come into the room and they stay to the back and they want to see where everybody's at. That's a security. Don't pull them out. Let them come out on their own. And then they get close to you because they want to feel your energy. And then they look at you. They literally look into your eyes. They're not looking into your eyes. They're looking into your soul. And they're asking you a question. And then if they want more information, they either move in closer or they touch you, because energy doesn't lie and people do. And that's what they're learning how to navigate. And they will touch with an arm, like especially their significant other. They're like possessive over, like they want to make sure that, like, am I secure? Am I safe? That, you know, like, are you telling me the truth? I want to be all of yours. I want you to be all of mine. Like Brad and Angelina, we want to be Brangelina. They have to be careful because they lose themselves. Water signs tend to be very fluid in all of their energy. And she's an Aquarius moon. Like, she's got this freaky private side that nobody knows about. And then we look at it and we're like, oh, Aquarius is let your freak out. My daughter, okay, so again, I'm just gonna use my daughter. I will not use Tabby. It's definitely not Tabby. Wink, wink, Tabby. Because Neptune is there too. And Neptune is mysticism and dreamy, but Tabby Aquarius is, I want to be part of the group, but I want to be independent. I want to stand up for what's right for everybody, but I still want to be independent. And it's a stroke of genius. So you look to see where do I have Aquarius in my chart? So every single sign here means something about Tabby. And then if I want to know what's going on with her, I put her chart together with the transit charts, and I can say, oh, this is what's going to happening over the next week or so. Expect this over the next month. And then if Tabby says, okay, so for my daughter, I will not use Tabby. Mom, I'm dating this new guy. Really get his chart. Yeah, enjoy that. I'm not even gonna give him a name. And like, why give him a name? Like, it's just not going to. And we can, when I work with somebody, I always compare my chart to their chart, and I will say, oh, yeah, you're not very organized. I'm a Virgo rising. I don't know if you saw when those flags were done over there. I had all the wood stacked and I had all the flags by all the correct colors in the correct order. So it was ready to pack and go. And then she said, oh, we're going to give everybody one. I'm like, that's a nightmare. No. So when I know that I'm working with somebody, I can say, these are the way that I cannot not. Like, I'm also over there picking up the tape because I want to leave it nice and clean. I want to leave it the way that I found it, if not better. So somebody else doesn't have to do it when I'm gone. Like, I told the one gal, let's make sure we clean this up. So when she starts it the next time, everything's going to be in order. And she said, oh yeah, that sounds great. And then she said, give everybody flags. I'm like, oh my God, that's not how I roll. But I'm learning flexibility as I get older. And so if somebody knows that about me, like Nikki came over and said, we had a change of schedule today. I'm like, oh, I'm very flexible today everywhere. So like, that's your chart. So can I use somebody else's? Any victims? I mean, volunteers. I'm ready. Okay. Give it to me. I'm ready. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Okay. Give me a name. Spell it.
INA.
INA. Oh, that was easy. Sorry. And the date?
April 6, 71.
And the time?
10:08 a.m.
And your place?
Redwood City, California.
Is Redwood all one word?
Yes.
Redwood City, what is it?
California.
California. Okay. And so the exact time matters because the planets are always moving and each planet has a different effect on us. The sun is where we shine. It's also our father. And we can look, okay, I'm going to use your chart, we can look and say, what was going on with Ina's mom and dad at the time that she was born, because she was an event in their life. So we can look at a chart and say, oh, we can look at it as an event. We can look at it as, where was her mother? Where was her father? Her first major relationship, like if she's been married a couple of times, and just like her first relationship would be here. Her second marriage would be here. Her first child would be in the 5th. The second child's in the 7th. We can go through a chart and say everything that we want to know about Ina. Okay, let's talk. Okay, so she's a Cancer rising. I love Cancer rising because, okay, you get a bad rap. Cancer rising, sun and moon in Cancer. So any of my people who have sun in Cancer, like, oh yeah, I'm the sign of Cancer. I was born on the sign of Cancer, and moon or rising, they have memories that go back, way back. Like, if you ask some people, hey, what's your earliest memory? And they're like, yeah, I remember like in 3rd grade. Oh, not a sun, moon, or rising of Cancer. They will have the feelings, they will have a core memory of where they were at and what was happening, and they may not have the words, but it is in their heart, and they see it, and they're followed by crisis. I have to take care of, I have to nurture. It's always about family and tradition and things that have been passed down, and my emotions and my feelings. They're the sign of the crab. You know, and they make their decisions based on the tides of the like, if you're a rising sign is Cancer, that means every time the moon changes a sign, you feel it. So every 2.5 days, 2 to 2.5 days, she's up, she's down, she's up, she's down. Like, why do I feel this way? I don't know. Give it about 12 hours. It's going to go away. It will literally go away for her. She was born, she has a stellium in the sign of Taurus. Very earthy, solid, stable, sensual, working on her goal. Like, I need to pick a goal. The 11th house is my hopes, my wishes, my dreams, my goals. And the moon is there. The moon, a new moon has just started. At the time of your birth, there was a brand new moon. You came in and said, it's not going to be really dark, but I'm going to be very young and very new. I'm going to experience this everything with like these fresh eyes. It's a new moon and it's dark and you haven't seen anything. And then Saturn is there, and Saturn is, I have to build some stability in my life. I have to pick the right people to team up with, to pick the right people for networking, that I don't jump on their hopes, wishes, and dreams, that I make sure that we're going on the same path. And if that group does not apply to me, I need to be able to leave that group. We look at her south node. I'm just going to go straight to her south node. Her south node is in the sign of Leo. In another lifetime, most likely her past, she was most likely of royalty. People listened to her. They believed her. They listened so much that when she spoke, they didn't question, nobody questioned her. You can't question the king. You can't question the queen. And in this lifetime, she's like, I don't understand why people don't listen to my voice. I have something to say. It's really important. And why? So in this lifetime, she's learning how to find her voice. And it's not about, and it's connected. Okay, so there's the square that goes to Saturn in this lifetime. Saturn has been really a hard lesson for you of the ages of like that 28, 29, 30. Were like wake up calls for you of, you have to pick a path and you have to make it sustainable and last over a longer period of time. And if you pick the wrong mountain, get off of it. And Saturn doesn't want to. Saturn's like, nope, I'm going to do it. I've got this. I'm going to follow through. And at some point you have to say, I'm going to cut my losses. And it's hard to say, when do I walk away? Because in a past lifetime, you didn't. You trusted, and somebody took your voice. Somebody who you trusted as this pillar of strength. You trusted them, and they took your hopes, your wishes, your dreams away. You were the king, the queen, and it was probably a male and a female, because we have the sun and the moon. The sun generally represents stereotypically male, and the moon is female. And took it away from you. And so in this lifetime, how do you heal from that? Oh, I have to move towards my north node. My direction is Aquarius. Think outside the box, unique, creative. Remember that, let your freak flag fly. I'm not going to be this. I am going to be my own. I'm going to be my own person, and I'm going to collaborate and have deep bonds with people that may not be blood family. And in order to heal through this, the 8th house is the house of deep connections, deep bonding, alimony, child support. It's anything that you share resources. It's about, how do I share resources? Because in a past lifetime, you did not have to. As a matter of fact, in this lifetime, you probably struggle with, I want to do it myself. I want to do it on my own. I don't want to have to rely on you. I don't want to, and you are being forced at every single corner of your life to have to learn to trust and rely on somebody else in order to move forward, because in a past lifetime, you had everything given to you. I'm not saying that was a bad thing. It went bad. And so in this lifetime, you said, no, I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to be better for it. And so who do you trust? How do you trust? How do you connect? And how do you get past a male, female role model in your life that threw you off track, and learn to overcome this? And then I take it one step further and say, well, okay, I'm going to look at your wound. 10, 11, 12, somebody of authority, because it's at the top of your chart. And Aries, it was impulsive, it was fiery, it was initiatory, and it might have been public. And so how do we work through this? Look, she's a Cancer rising, and she's going to be solid and stable for the rest of her life. Okay, let's look at where you are, because I want more of a solution, because it's deep. Like wherever our south node is, that's our trauma. That's our past life. That's what we will repeat in this lifetime over and over until we get it. And we never heal our Chiron. People will say, okay, so my daughter, I know I tell a lot of stories about her, but she's given me permission. My daughter is 28, coming up on 29, and she's like, I got my Saturn return. I'm doing the work, mama. I got this, and I'm doing all the right things. You know, I'm 6 years clean and sober, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I'm like, oh, you have no clue. This is like, Saturn is still going to give you a zinger. Like, you think that you're doing the right thing, but when Saturn comes around, it says, really? It's kind of like you were exercising, but were you really exercising, or were you just walking on that treadmill? Like, were you really getting your heart rate up? And I'm not going to say it to her. I don't have to do the work. She has to do the work. I just know that Saturn will force her to do the work. And then I have to stand back, because I can look at my chart and know where she's at and say, oh, my heart, I have to just watch. Because once they become adults, you have to like watch them live their life lessons. Okay, let me find out what's going on today. So Ina today, this is beautiful. Okay, so Ina has, I would say in the next, a couple things. I believe in the next year to year and a half, you're probably going to move, and there's going to be something with your career. The career is going to be big. The leaving of your past behind, it's probably a move of some sort. And the North Node is at the top of your chart saying, and if it's not a career, it's a legacy. I need to focus on this. This is my path. How are you going to do that? She needs to be setting a new moon intention that has to do with 5th house themes. Art, music, creativity, children, childlike activities, things that bring joy to you should be your new moon intentions. The 5th house is, how do I heal the child within? And I need to bring these things to me in order to heal. And Scorpio is deep. You are literally, something was like tapped and you're like, dang, I thought that I dealt with that. It's still a trigger point. I need to heal it. And wherever we have those trigger points are opportunities to heal and let time go by before it's tapped again. Does that make sense? Like in this life, I would love all happiness, rainbows, and butterflies. I don't like, I'm watching my mouth because I don't like screw ups, like I'm the Virgo rising that wants everything perfect, everything organized, everything structured. And if I plan ahead enough, it will be perfect. And my lessons are let go, release. It is not, and it is perfect being imperfect. It was meant to be this way. And so the older I get, the easier it gets, but it will never be healed within me. It will always be a stop and pause. Ina is learning to have her voice be heard for what she has to say. And she stands up for not just herself. It'll be rarely herself. She'll stand up for other people. She will pick other groups, other organizations to speak up for. And then she'll say, okay, job's done here. I'm going to move on to the next. I want to help others and I want to connect with others, but and I really want to be independent. I don't want to have to rely on anybody. And in this lifetime, your connection with other people will be there. It'll be electric. And I wish I could tell you that it wouldn't, but it's knowing it should now make it a little bit easier. Like, I want to bring you really this great news. And the great news is, like, there was something that happened back in the spring that said, I need to move. I don't know if this is the house that I want, because you want a peaceful home. You don't want arguments. You want beauty. You need to be surrounded by beauty. Anybody who has Libra in the 4th house decorates everything with beauty of what is beauty to them. Like, what makes the most sense. And so she has Venus there. She's probably has a home that has all these different things of what is her home look like that she's gathered from everywhere that might not make sense, but it is beautiful. Like, I cannot decorate for the life of me. I'm the Pinterest one who gets on and says, okay, let's figure out where to put this in. My medicine chest, or, not medicine chest, what do you call those? China cabinets. Okay, I have a China cabinet. No, it has incense and it has herbs and it has salts and it has, I don't have fine china. I have china that I use every day. She has things around her that are of great beauty in her house. Like, I could probably look around and say, oh, I want to take a picture because I will replicate that. Oh, you pulled those colors together. Really nice there. Where did you get them? And they're probably a conglomerate of things that she's gathered from other people. Libra, things that she's got from other people there. Is that making a little bit of sense? Is there anything that you wanted to know while I was looking at it?
Can you tell me more about the next year?
Yes, I can. Okay. So your south node, it's going to activate this guy right here, Uranus. Uranus is shock, surprise. I didn't see that coming. This could be, I always say that if I'm prepared for it, then it makes it a little bit easier. And I've tried to prepare for everything. I told you who I am. And I knew that I was going to be moving. Okay. So I was in this position about three and a half years ago. And my husband decided he's going to go with these guys through the mountains on these motorcycles. And he said, yeah, you'll be fine. I'm like, yeah, I have clients, blah, blah, blah. And we were looking at houses. And then they called me and they said, you have 24 hours to make a decision. I was like, what? Wait, what? Hold on. He's in West Virginia. He's in a mountain. I can't. You have 24 hours to make a decision. And I'm frantically trying to get a hold of, and I get him at the top of the mountain. He's like, yeah, go ahead. You got this. You can do this. I'm like, this is not my wheelhouse. I don't do this stuff. No, this is not me. I have nothing in my second house of money. I don't even touch the money. Like, come on. And so then he gives me the number of the banker. He gives me the number. I call the banker. The banker says, I need you to send me these forms. I diligently open up an email and I copy paste. Apparently bankers do not like copy paste. They like the real thing that comes from the bank. He was trying not to laugh. He's like, look, Patty, we're going to walk you through this. I'm like, look, I can't. And it all worked out in the end. I needed to go through that. It was so stressful. I hated it. That was Uranus saying, get creative, think outside the box. How are you going to solve your problems? Look, I have learned to embrace Uranus my whole life. Uranus is my friend. I may not have the traditional solution to solve something. I can get freaking crazy right away. Like, I can get creative. My son needed his little car for Boy Scouts painted. I didn't have any paint. Here's some nail polish. Don't tell anybody. They're like, here, have some sticker, My husband, he is there. My husband's there a lot, but he just wasn't there at that time either, probably writing. I don't know. But Uranus says you need to get creative. You need to think outside the box. If you don't make the plan now, you haven't moved in the last few months, have you? You're always moving. No, this is about a move. This is about a relocation. And it can happen anywhere. Like when I told my son that like you're gonna be moving and there's something with your job, literally, he said, Mama, you said it was gonna come in a year and a half. 2 weeks before the last eclipse, he called and said, I got the job moving out of state. So this is literally a relocation of some sort. I don't know how far away it is. I know that your North Node is saying it's going to heal some wounds. It's going to be about a place that's, oh, it's gone.
Eddie, I don't know. Sorry, I'll talk really loud. It'll be a place that's beautiful. It'll be about healing a wound, and it's about communication. It'll have something to do with travel, communication. Mercury is there. Mercury is thoughts, ideas. We could literally map out what's going to happen in her life. I'm going to keep going while you figure it out. She's going to set a new moon intention. Let's just talk about the next month, 2 months. She's going to set a new moon intention today, tonight. And this guy, Mercury is going to say, yeah, communicate it. I want you to do that. And then as we go forward, I'm going to animate. We're going to animate it, and I'm going to make it go, just like day by day. And she's like, yeah, Patty, I set that new moon intention. I'm like, yeah, that's so great. I'm so proud of you. And then, okay, we're going to keep on going further. Mercury's here, Mars is here. And then sometime, okay, Mercury's going to be in the shadow November, like I think it's 27th, 28th. The shadow means that things are going to start moving up for all of us. There's going to be some area of our life that has to do with Sagittarius and Capricorn. And it's going to then give her 2 themes in her life. Her themes are going to be mental, physical, spiritual, health, well-being, service to others, guides. And then it's going to go into partnership. So she set this new moon intention, and then she's going to set another, like December's going to come around. Mercury is now going to go backwards. And Mercury, whenever Mercury stations retrograde, it means, oh, I have to go back over that contract. I have to go back over. So something with her health, something with, this could be with daily habits. This could be pets. This could be, I'm going to give you all the themes and then you can put it together. This is the house of, I need a mentor, I need a guide, I need a counselor. And you might go back and say, I haven't talked to this person in a while and I need the support of. And Mercury retrograde will have you going back. Mercury is also going to go retrograde in your 7th house of friends, significant other, business partners, friendships, open enemies. So those people could come back into your life. And then it'll be, do I trust? What do I do with this? Is this where I'm going to be moved? Like, am I moving towards this? What is this? And then it's going to go back through your 6th house and you're going to have to talk to people about it. And it'll be about your health. It'll have something to do with your temple. And then you're going to have this new moon in your 6th house of, I need to set really good intentions that I focus on me. And then in January, she's going to have a new moon in her 7th house. Literally, we could plot out her entire life. And she's going to say, okay, in January, I want to have a new moon in my house of partnership. And I want to be partners with you, or I want to be business partners, or I feel like we're closer. We're good friends. Because her 7th house of partnership is Capricorn. She wants people that will last in her life. She doesn't like tissue paper or anything. She doesn't want fake. She wants something that will build over these relationships that will build over a longer period of time. I will say that Mercury is going to go retrograde 3 times next year.
It will start off in an earth sign and end in a fire sign. It will be quick, hard, fast, like of something that was stable, earth, burned up with fire, and then let's go back over and rebuild it. I used to be uncomfortable with Mercury. Remember, it rules me. And so now I have embraced, I stop and say, and what did I learn? Every time something cruddy will happen, I will say, and what did I learn? It's better if I hear it myself than have my husband say it, but yeah, yes. Mercury going retrograde? Oh, I have all the dates. I did my year ahead, so I have a YouTube channel. So what happens is the Earth's rotation makes it look like Mercury is going backwards. And it does it 3 times a year. All the planets, except for the moon and the sun, station retrograde. And when they do, you think of the re words: rewind, rethink, review, reestablish, refocus, whatever. And whatever that planet represents. Mercury is the planet of communication and travel and networking. And so I knew last year Mercury went retrograde over the Christmas holiday, and I told my son, "You're probably not going to make it down and be with us." He's like, "I'm going to try really hard, and I got a plan. I'm going to get to the airport early." And I'm like, "Yeah, Mercury's retrograde. Everything's going to be shut down." It literally Mercury shuts everything down. Mercury is going to station retrograde over the beginning part of the end of November, all through like the December. And so packages. So think about the way that we communicate and the shopping and the themes of people not making it there on time, packages not getting there, packages being broken. This isn't what I deliver. Like, it'll be total chaos. And if you look at it and say, you should shop early, everybody in here should just shop early and then go with the flow. Just, where is the flow going to take me? And try to pause and slow down and enjoy it. There's always a reason why that planet is forcing you to slow down. Like we just had over the summer, we had Venus going retrograde. She is a wicked woman when she is retrograde. Venus direct is this beautiful goddess who says, let's all bring everybody together. Let's have wine and food and whatever else it entails. Let's blend it together. And like literally, she wants to bring everybody together. When she goes retrograde, she is a scorned woman who wants to have tally marks and wants to tear apart everything that was, she literally will test the water of breaking things, tearing it apart to see if it's like it hasn't. And usually it's for things that you allowed to be for too long and it needed to be pulled apart. Yeah. When did it happen? I can tell. I have this year's coming up. I do want to give Ina a little. Okay, so let's say that we're gonna plan out Ina's life for the next year. I know that she's gonna set this intention, and I know that in April, there's going to be, it's going to be huge. There's going to be an eclipse in her house of career. Oh, you don't even see it. Hold on. Ina's going to have an eclipse in her house of career. It's going to be something about her legacy. It'll be people, places, and things eclipsed in and out of her life. And the eclipse is going to, and then we're going to have Mercury retrograde in her house of career. In her, like, oh, I thought I was going here. I thought I was going to do this. I'm looking at it as a rebranding, a relaunching of who she is. And then later on in August, Mercury's going to go retrograde in her second house of self-worth, cash, and property. So we can look at her and say, oh, okay. You have this new moon intention that you're going to heal your inner child. You're going to work on the inside. You should be looking at where am I going to be living and what is my job or career going to be. And then Mercury is going to go back over it and say, you might need a guide. You might need a mentor. Do you need to volunteer over here? What do you need for your mental, physical health, well-being? Are you taking enough time for yourself? I don't know, Ina. Like, that's what Mercury will tell you. If you don't slow down, Mercury will force you to slow down by making you sick. Like, it's the 6th house of health. And so she will be forced to slow down, pay attention. And if she stays on top of it, then it will be a little hiccup, a little bump of, oh, I got a little tickle, I need to rest. And then in the spring, when the eclipses come, it'll all be about her home and her career. It will literally, like the first one, when is the first one? March 25th, will have to do with her home. It'll happen 4 to 6 weeks before that actual date. It will bring people, places, and things. Like the house could, I don't want to predict anything bad. It'll just force you to move. It'll force you to relocate, or it'll force something that'll have to do with your home. What is home? Do you have a second home? Do you want to move to this home? It'll be something that has to do, and it could be with people within your home. They could be moving out, or they could be moving in. It has to do with home, family, roots, foundation, ancestors, genealogy. Maybe you find out that you have this long lost whatever. It'll be an eclipse. It'll be something major. And then on April 8th, the big one, I encourage everybody, see if you can get into the path of, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to get your glasses on and see it. It'll be in her house of career, her house of her legacy, her house of her what she wants to be known for. She needs to do this because her South Node is in Leo. She needs to be heard for what she has to say because she has important things to say, and her roar has been stifled. And shh, quiet. Yeah. Nikki, is there time to do another or no? Are we good? I can, okay, I'm ready. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, can you tell us where the eclipse is going to be visible from?
Absolutely. Okay, so. Okay, directionally impaired. I'm the one who says turn right at McDonald's. Okay, so imagine the United States, and here's Texas. It's going to come from the left side of Texas up and over the top part of Ohio, because I'm going to be I think I'm going to be near the top part of Ohio. Like Cleveland is the 100%. You can look up April 8th eclipse. So anybody who's in Texas, literally you had an eclipse go from the right side up and over California. My sister-in-law is in the eclipse of 2 of them. And I'm looking at her job, I'm looking at the kids, I'm looking at everything and saying, this is major. How long are you really going to stay in this house? How long are you going to stay here? Your career, everything changes. It's also a major change for the earth. So usually, when an eclipse happens over top of the land, it eclipses the energy or I don't want to say authority. Sometimes, I don't want to say wars either. Big things happen. Big things happen to the people of that land that are memorable in history. So we know that the United States is going through a huge change of possibly not being #1 anymore, however you want to look at it. Something will be eclipsed out. I think it'll have something to do with government laws and things like that. That is not my forte, so I don't spend a lot of time. That doesn't mean I don't follow it. I just, but big things, big changes. What?
About this path and the New Madrid fault line in southeast Missouri, the boot hill.
I was just talking to, I think it was Anthony, about where is, because I'm a big believer in the ley lines, and I know that I'm going to be on the path of, I don't know exactly where I'm going to be, and I think everybody should find a path to be on if you can, but know that if you do, it will have a major impact of eclipsing major things in and out of your life. Eclipses are course correctors. They literally, you've ever seen a kid running and you just pick them up and then you move them and they just keep on running? Eclipses say, oh, you were in the wrong relationship. I gave you chances to get out of it, and now I'm going to have them end it because you did not. Or, oh, you stayed for so long in this job, I'm going to make it so miserable that you will finally, like, eclipses make it hurt if we do not flow with them. They force a change for our own good. I believe that I created my own life map, and that I sat with people, my family, my friends, and said, I want to learn these lessons from you. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. Like, teach me this and that. And I have to learn to work with why I chose the things that I did. And when I get off course, the eclipse will remove them from my life or bring them in. Like these last eclipses, I'm equating them to, I'm walking down a hall and I'm opening up some of the doors, and the doors are being like shut. Like what I thought was good is no longer. And there's major endings. I hate endings. I'm like, I share my chart with you, but like, I don't like to, like, I'm in it for life. When I commit, I am there. My friends, I keep my friends around forever. I just don't, I collect. And so change is hard. And I have had to learn that if I don't set boundaries and work in a healthy way, the universe will do it for me. And so now we're all moving into the north and the south. No, the north is Aries. The south is Libra. Aries is the person. Libra is we. How can I be with you? How can I be with you? How can I work? Well, how much of my value, my time, my energy do I give? And do you appreciate it? And am I appreciated? It's setting boundaries for the next year and a half. Everybody is going to be setting boundaries on things in their life. And Nina is going to be setting them with home and her career and her legacy of what she wants to, she's going to be coming into her own And so you just follow it. You just we just follow the chart through and you say, oh, and the eclipses do not have like the energy, like when somebody says, oh, the eclipse is going to be on April 8th. Oh, you'll feel the energy 6 weeks before. Start keeping track of synchronicity. Oh, I ran into that friend. That was so weird. It's synchronicity. They will bring people, places, and things into your peripheral for you to like gather, pick up, or do something with. So, yeah.
Have you charted the Ukraine?
I follow it.
and
It brings a
the,
lot of pain to my heart.
You chart that and you.
I can pull up. So every like the United States has a chart. They call it the Sibley chart. I have looked at it, and I've looked at like who's going to give in, how long is this war going to last, how much longer it's going, and then my heart just cannot take anymore because they're going to devastate the area. They're going to just, and I don't know when it's going to end. I know. Okay, so let's talk about this new moon for a hot second. This new moon is the sun in Aries. Oh, I'm sorry, Scorpio. Let me go back. In Scorpio is deep, intense, secretive. Remember, let's think about that person who comes into the room and pull it up. These are today's transits. And so we're looking at all of this energy. The sun, the person, the land, the people that are there in the sign of Scorpio. This is my land. Both sides feel that. The moon, my intuition, my dream. I remember when you wronged me. I remember Mars. Aries is the warrior. I will fight. I will fight into the end. And that's this energy that's of today. And so you can look at it in your chart. That's why I try not to look at countries. I mean, I follow other people. I have some friends who follow who's going to be president, who's going to be whatever. My favorite is to work with people because I can say, this is why this is going on with you. And this is a way that we can work towards fixing it or helping you. And I choose to look at this energy and say, yeah, it's explosive. It's intense. It's passionate. It's all of this? And how are you gonna put it to use? I know that both of these have the opportunity. She's gonna put hers to use with herself, and she's gonna put hers to use with healing her inner child. So like you can look at it and say, how do I best use it? And I look at it and say, okay, it's explosive. Let's direct it and make it a positive as best as possible. And deflect as much, yeah.
Take into account like asteroids and how they affect her.
I do, I don't, like, then it becomes a hot mess, like I could show you, like, then it like completely fills up my chart, and I do look at some asteroids, not a lot, because everything is here, but sometimes I'll pull up an asteroid and say, I just want one little bit of information, and this is only one chart. We can look at like your lifetime of, are you on the right path? Like, there's so many different, there's just so much. And so when I sit down with a client, it's usually an hour to an hour and a half on Zoom. And then I send them all the charts to keep in their file. And then I say, get out your notes. Let's talk. Let's make a plan. Because if you don't, then you're just kind of like rolling with the tide. It's like right now the tide is going out. You plant these seeds, you put it in a bottle, you throw it out, the tide's going to take it out. Next month, the tide is not going to take it out. You're going to plant the seeds, and it's going to be Sagittarius based: faith, hope, prayer, love, Santa Claus, the zodiac. And it's not going to go out. It's going to be right here. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, we have open periods. Okay, I can tell you, like, if you were planting seeds for next year, guys, February, and then the middle of May, all of June, and the beginning of July. I literally try to plan my travel and Virgo rising. Yep. So I plan everything. But I set aside like a big chunk of time. Like, I know I'm going to be going down to Florida for 6 weeks. And then we have set aside time for flow. So I set aside time for flow. Yeah. For miracles. Yeah. Magic. Because that's when the magic happens. But I'm a business owner, and I'm like, okay, we can't start this here. We got to start this here. And I should really be thinking about this here. And how do I plan ahead for this? And that doesn't mean that hiccups are not still going to happen to me. They happen all the time. Like my screw up last night, I was ticked, but I'm not harboring it. Just, sent out an email that wasn't supposed to go out, and it goes out to what, 900 people. I looked at my husband. I'm like, can't we hit he's like, nope, it's done. Yep, they got an email that was supposed to go out on Monday explaining the next new moon instead of this moon. And I'm like, oh, you could beat yourself up. And I knew it. I told my husband when we came, I said, look, it's going to be a rough day. People are going to be a little angry. And look at you and me. And it's just we're not going to fight. We're not going to argue. We're going to be on the same page. We're going to be in sync. And he said, yeah, because I do charts, like my chart with your chart. And I know, and then we get in bed last night. We both have our computers up. And he goes, hey, do you want to schedule that email? I'm like, yeah. And it's 10 o'clock at night. Well, it's 10 o'clock here time, but it's really 12 o'clock where, like for me, I sent the wrong thing. I'm waiting for, it is what it is. And I'm just it's a lesson learned. I wish you could unsend. I cannot. I wish you could unsend. I asked he said, no, deed's done. Can we? And then I said, well, do you think I should send something that says oops or whatever? He's like, yeah, no, just leave it. So I did. It still bothers me, but it is what it is. Yeah. But like, this is the energy of the day. People are going to, when people come at you today, they're going to be this is my belief. And when you look at it, you're like, oh, that's why you're so intense about that. I get it. It explains a lot. So when I look at somebody's chart, it just explains, it's easier for me to understand where they're coming from and to feel them. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the first opportunity I've had to ask about, about a year and a half ago, I sent in to have a karmic report done. And they refunded the money, and they said, you can't do a karmic report because all your planets were in its right motion. you were born, and they say it's like 7% of the world is born with that phenomenon. There's a woman, Wade Rain, who talks a little bit about all planets direct, but I really can't find much information, and I was wondering if you could speak on that, because I can't find much.
On when, if you were born with all the planets direct?
Yeah.
It's, we could absolutely, like, we could talk about the numbers, the degrees, and all, okay, for today, just today, Neptune is retrograde. Chiron and the North Node are retrograde. Jupiter is retrograde. Uranus is retrograde, having us all go inward. And all of these planets are going direct. Even Venus is going direct. It's rare that it's not, it's what, like the 7 to 10%. It just means that when you were born, everything was in a forward motion, moving forward. And so when planets station retrograde, you will feel it. If somebody was born, I have a client who, she was born during a Mercury retrograde. She loves when Mercury goes retrograde because everything is easy for her. I have a difficult time. I whine and cry. And she's like, yeah, I don't have those. She has no problems with it. Usually if you were born during that retrograde, it just is easier for you. And you were born at a time that everything was, let's move forward, fast forward. It's not a, it's a great thing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
So sun signs don't have these problems then?
So, oh no, like, so your sun sign is the sign that you were born. Okay, I'm going to go back to Ina for just a second, because I really want to explain why. You look at your rising sign. So Ina should always listen or read about Cancer rising, because that's going to tell her where the sun and the moon are at in her chart. And it's Tabby, right? And Tabby should always listen to Scorpio rising, because it's in her first house of self. So we know that she should be setting intentions for, it's based on where the sun was rising at the time that you were born. And so Tabby may be a sun sign of Scorpio, but her rising sign is also Scorpio. Ina's not. She is, let me do it. Dual. Tabby should be listening to Scorpio rising, and Ina needs to be listening to Cancer rising, because it's going to say where are the planets at that time in their charts. Oh, and just like, we should take a little looky-loo here. Ina has this fire trine. A fire trine is, and so do you, Tabby. Fire trine is a gift that 3 different houses in the sign of fire are all going to work together. So they both have Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Aries, I can initiate it. Leo, I can do it for the long haul. And Sagittarius, I can finish it. I can blend. I can have belief in something that I don't know is out there. And they both have that ability. The reds, remember, the reds are difficulty. So I'm hoping that all of this makes sense to everybody. And, you know, like, find out what your rising sign is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. Yes, I'm done. I'm walking away. So, sorry. I have a YouTube channel. Hopefully you find me on there. Give me a like and a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. Listen for your rising sign. I can do consults. Most of them are on Zoom. And I have an oracle deck I created it's called Elemental Wisdom, that's based off of the 4 elements. And it's astrology, numerology, and symbolism all woven together. I have a friend of mine whose daughter is like on the spectrum. Knows nothing about this, but I explained it all to her, and
She helped me create it. So I love you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, we have Pat Schlarbaum, and he's got a raptor here behind us. Believe it's, Golden Eagle. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about that. We have lunch at 12:30. Those of you who are waiting to go out with Anthony Rodriguez with your new drums, join him when we cut for lunch. Okay, he's going to go on out and do that. We have a giveaway table over here with the red shawl on it. And if you have a gift to leave, go ahead and leave it there. If you see something you would like to take, please do so. That's our giveaway table. All right, thank you. Pat Schlarbaum.
When need my laptop? I thought it was fine.
Eddie Joe, could you help out just a moment? Eddie Hensley, can you help out just a moment?
Okay.
You're welcome. Hey, Pat, raise your hand.
Okay.
Raise your hand.
Should I have my laptop? Yeah, I've got my program on this flash drive. And do you want me to get my computer? Sure. While we're getting started here, my name is Pat Schlarbaum. I grew up in Garden Grove, Iowa, and it's certainly a pleasure and an honor to be included with Grandmother Silver Star that's here, and Joe Plum, and all the excellent presenters. I feel like I kind of hit the lottery as far as fitting in, or maybe it's that old adage where we apparently, when we came to the fork in the road, we all took it, and then ironically, we all ended up here. And so it really is an honor to be included with such a great group. Okay. Thank you. And do this. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. PowerPoint. Yeah, it's in the brown bag. So my story starts with probably the first Earth Day in 1970. And I was in the military in about 1972. I was, okay. So how can we just do just this image? Well, so I was in the military and I realized that there was a lot of destructive forces going on the planet in 1972. And I thought, well, conservation might be a bit more constructive. So I dedicated myself to the purpose of conservation, set down some roots, and there was a conservation job that was designed for all the wildlife that were not hunted. It was kind of my aversion in 1977 to realize that there was a lot of hunting conservation work, and there were a lot of people after those jobs, and I really didn't feel, I knew they had much more passion to kill a duck than I had. So I went off and did my own thing, but then by 1985, there were conservation jobs in what we consider non-game or just wildlife. And from earthworms to eagles. And I got involved with the wildlife diversity. Yeah, you can help. So this wildlife diversity program was into bringing back different species. We were working with peregrine falcons in northeastern Iowa. So that involved being on some sacred cliffs that included the Ho-Chunk Nation out of Black River Falls, Wisconsin. So made those correlations. Yeah, thank you. Made those correlations, and things went well for the peregrine falcons. And then in the interim, there was a lot of enjoyment going on with ospreys coming to Iowa, and when they were migrating through. We had some enjoyment there, and we thought, wouldn't it be nice if they nested here? But there was nowhere in recorded history of European settlement that ospreys ever nested in Iowa. There was a lot of reason to. Why that? There was a lot of reason to feel like they probably did nest here, but I couldn't get a green light to go ahead with bringing ospreys to Iowa because they weren't a native species. And it seemed like our European settlers, they were seeing these ospreys carrying off fish. And I think the philosophy might have possibly been, if we don't have ospreys, we'll have more fish. Or whatever they were rationalizing in persecuting raptors or top of the food chain predators like bears and wolves and eagles and ospreys. For some reason, that European culture that came to Iowa didn't have an affinity for that. And they were basically persecuting them out of existence. So it brought to mind that maybe we could look at history in a different lens. Maybe we should contact the native people and ask them if they had a word for ospreys, or in their oral traditional stories, whether ospreys even nested or had been around Iowa. And with that, we were proceeding with ospreys. But it was also becoming pretty apparent that the ospreys that we were bringing to Iowa, the young birds, were surviving. and things were kind of working in a positive direction. But I knew we could do the biology of bringing birds and having working with those birds, but it was about then in 2004 that I met Chief Standing Elk at the time and Lord Zephier. And thank you, Nikki. I don't think I mentioned thanking you at the start of this, but I mentioned Grandmother Silver Star, Joe Plum, and all the other speakers. But a big gratitude and appreciation goes out to Nikki to follow up with this story, because where this story leads is I knew we could do the biology of bringing birds back, but what were we doing to ensure that future generations would honor and respect these birds? And that's where I thought, let's turn this over to somebody who has a lot more spiritual connections than we do, than white guys. So in contacting Chief Golden Light Eagle, I said, could you help us with this next level of appreciation and treating them with respect, to always keep these birds with us and not lose them ever again? And he said, I'll get back to you on that. So next morning he gave me a call and said, well, we did a lodge, and we learned that hawks were going to welcome these ospreys to return to Iowa. And he said specifically, and he said, and the eagles are going to appreciate the return of osprey, their cousins, to Iowa. And you need to put them in the headwaters of the watersheds. And you need to do something about the pollution. So those 4 things, I thought with that, we've got some direction. Here we go. And then it was from about that time that he made an invitation to come out and assist with his Sundance at Red Buffalo. And well, he was helping us in Iowa. So how do you say no to a request like that? So no was not in the vocabulary. It was yes. And things started happening from there. The things that were happening with these ospreys, I don't know if you realize how special they are, in that they have special adaptations in their biology. They have a certain lens that goes over their eyes when they hit the water. They've got an incredible desire to not only see a fish, but to take it. And they do that with these talons that have special protuberances, all the other, unique to somewhat in eagles, but mainly with ospreys, to be able to grab a fish with these talons. They also have a talon that swivels, and they can latch onto fish in a clamp-like way, rather than most like eagles is 3-in-1, or like red-tailed hawks. They have a halix in the back and then 3 toes. Well, ospreys can turn that halix into another toe and then clamp. And that's unique and special to these birds. There's a lot of other things. I don't want to get going on, but the wings have a double joint. So when they hit the water, they do not dislocate their wing. And then for a 4-pound bird, quite often you'll see a 2-pound fish being carried away, and you think, do the math. How is this happening? Even it's like a bumblebee that can fly, and they say anatomically that's not happening. That the wings aren't big enough, but they do. And ospreys do carry away fish. They're only about 1/3 of the size of a bald eagle, but they do have a wingspan that's about comparable to a bald eagle. So I guess it's that additional wing that allows them to pick up a weight that's almost half of what they weigh at 4 pounds. But And in their nesting, they like to have an open nest. They'll helicopter up and down, unlike any other raptor. So there's some real special adaptations. And if you ever wonder if you can see the lighting, the females have a necklacing, and the males, their breast is very little speckling there. But the best way to determine that a bird is either a adult or immature, this time of year, the population's practically double with all the young of the year. Unfortunately, they're not all going to survive their migration, but they have this white margin that makes them appear brown, and an adult is much blacker. They do not have that margin. So next osprey you see with binoculars, just check it out, and you can be able to determine whether you're seeing an adult or an immature. They lay a couple eggs, and I'm just going to kind of go through. These are kind of fun. Of course, with kids, but they mature rather pretty quickly. This will be about the age, about 42 days of age. They can't fly yet, but they can also kind of feed themselves. The adults are just bringing fish. So this is where we would go in and ask the osprey if they were wanting to come to Iowa. That was something else that kind of came with Eagle. You need to ask these lakes if they're ready for ospreys, or ask the ospreys. And by bringing them to Iowa at about 42 days of age, we would feed them in such a way that they wouldn't connect with people, just kind of drop the fish in on them on a time delayed basis. And they were not imprinted on people in that regard. They could go ahead and tear apart the fish on their own. And where they would nest or fly the first time would be at about 54 days of age. And this is where the story really got interesting, because Chief Golden Light Eagle accepted tobacco that I would present at the Sundance to come to Iowa and do a blessing. And he was primarily coming to central Iowa, but here's the 10 release sites where we placed Iowa. And all those halos are from about 100 miles, which by bringing them to Iowa, they returned to Iowa. And that was the whole, they have a natal site fidelity to always go back to where they had first flown and first fished successfully. That's where they came back. And that's how Iowa was growing their osprey population. And here's what I wanted to show you. This was from, I think, 2010. It was the 4th annual. So there were 3 other years. So about 2007 is when I'd known Eagle for 3 years at that time. And that's when he would come and do a blessing of the birds. And this was pretty spectacular, not only for the people at the release sites, but for all the kids that we were working with, because there was some fundraising involved. And there was, it was always a summertime project that the kids would learn about the ospreys at school. And then in the summer, they would help do the feeding and watching for them and doing the monitoring. And it wasn't long before we realized not only were the kids bringing their parents, but they were bringing their grandparents. So you had 3 generations right there. And Eagle just loved that. I mean, that's where it really fit into his identification of what really matters. It's not what we know and what we can do, it's what we can share forward. So here's a little bit of a diagram of ospreys going down to Central and South America. I mean, it's like thousands of miles that these young birds will go and do. We got a lot of band returns from South America. Unfortunately, down there, they still persecute the ospreys. They would send us bands and say, I got one of your birds. And it was, it was at our fish hatchery, and we got rid of that thing and thought you'd want to know. And then so we had to start realizing that this educational process of what we pass along from generation to generation. And in Iowa, we kind of made peace with our persecuting competitors like ospreys that were wanting to, were taking our fish, and we thought without ospreys, we'd have more fish. So that's still kind of going on in Central and South America, unfortunately. But here's a banding of a bird. The guy on the far left was he worked for Alliant Energy, and he had the bucket truck that went up to the nest, and he stood at the end of his bucket to reach in and get the osprey to band. So we let him do the banding that year. And of course, I'm in the background, kind of in the shadows of the whole thing. So I guess I'm going to leave this with what it has brought to the children. And occasionally it still happens, because when I was about 5 years old, or old enough to know what was going on, my dad would bring in all the cows in the fall and separate the calves from the cows. And there was all this livestock activity. And then I got the misconception that then the cows would all go back away. And then every time I'd go to town, every cow I saw was, oh, that must be part of our cows, In other words, I couldn't associate distances. And they were just, all of a sudden, there were like thousands of cows, but it was only, 50 or 60. But in my young mind, it seemed like they were everywhere. And then there were stories from the kids that they would see an osprey and tell their parents or their grandparents that it was one of their ospreys. They recognized they made that connection. And thanks to Golden Light Eagle, we're forging a project of bringing something back in such a way that future generations and all of you will have the opportunity to enjoy also. So thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for coming to that fork in the road and taking it and bringing all your energy here. And then it gets amplified. And then Nikki amplifies it, with all the technology. It's truly a remarkable gathering that Golden Light Eagle got started on, and so important to continue. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Nikki. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, and for sure, catch me if you got any questions. I try not to layer this with 25-cent words, but you never know. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. That was yours. Oh no, that might be. Cool. Yeah, thanks. I earlier. What? How'd that? Good.
Couple of announcements. We are going to have Indian tacos. My language, fry bread. Fry bread tacos. Indian tacos are going to be here very soon. I don't have an amount yet. Probably I would guess 15. I had them last year. Amazing and incredible. Thank you. I have a lost turquoise. It looks like it was off of a necklace. If anybody wants to claim this. Probably not, but possibly. Okay, Grandmother Silver Star now has a way for us to pay for the calendars and for the art prints. We have, we can either go over to Eddie Hensley's desk over here in the first corner, his table, or you can speak with Nikki Zephier, and she has a Venmo. Just make sure to mention that they're for Grandmother Silver Star so that they can send the money over in that way. I have a message being written. Elk Soldiers CD is also here for $15. And where are they going to be at, Nikki? Up at Nikki's table. Grab that. Let's see. Right now, while we wait for lunch to come in, we have Susan Smith Davis. We call her Snuffy. And she is going to talk to us about some gifts that she has received for all of us. Is that during your songs? There, yeah, she's received ancient songs that she's bringing back for us, but I'll let her tell you that. I was going to say gifts. She didn't know what I was talking about, so I'm going to say gifted songs. Okay, please do. Anthony has just a word.
Hello, everybody. Anthony Walking Crow. If you purchased a drum from me over the weekend, please, outside this door at the tree, meet me right now, and I will do a receive ceremony with you and your drum with sage and tobacco. Oh, that is all.
Shanara Iloe, which for light language for me means greetings, everyone. I met Eagle early 2000s, and I was sitting alone at the mouth of the Mississippi. This gentleman walked up to me and said, "Oh, so you're a clown." It was Eagle. Then he proceeded, because he just knew everything about me without ever meeting me, which was really freaky. But that's cool. And so that weekend I started receiving songs. And I received my first song, which is a heart song, which I did last year. Since last year, I have received a child song. It's for the children. And for the children, what I was told, it's for everyone. So it's coming through my heart, because I'm a heart singer, into your heart. And if you recognize this, because these are ancient, is what I'm being told, please sing along. I love it when everybody sings. Okay. Anani, ananatia, analiia, anani, analeie. Anani, ananatia, analiie, anani, analiie. Anali, ananatia, shishialaru, shishila, analiie. Anani, ananatia, shishialaru, shishila, analiai. Anani, ananatia, analiia, anani, analiie. Anani, ananatia, analiie, anani, analiie. Anani Anunatia, Shishia Laru, Shishila Anani Ai. Anani Anunatia, Shishia Laru, Shishila Anali Ai. Anani Anunatia, Anania, Anani Anani. Anani Ananatia. Anali, 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 Anali. Chandelier Iolai. Thank you, everyone.
Well, in the last one, I don't. I want to. Okay. Well, whatever you say, then we're just. Okay. Yeah, yeah, we're good. And I'm glad you're here in the peanut gallery.
At least we got you somehow. Yeah.
I'll just have you ready. It's really good.
those guys. We about our conversations. We run the same DJ software. Aaron's going to. I just want to find it. Okay, sorry. I did not work. I'm trying to get the driving one.
Okay, everyone. I get to introduce a beautiful lady. She's telling me to hold on. Anyway, see if I can drag this out here. So Elizabeth Seraphine is the creator of the Priestess Path Lineage of Lights Mystery School. And we have a couple of her dear friends here who are part of that school. Throughout her life, she has trained with masters and grandmasters of ancient sacred lineages and infuses her courses with real lineage arts. And I wouldn't mess with it either. On her journey, she has earned 5 black belts, owned and operated 5 martial arts and Qigong schools, and became the first female master instructor in her martial art organization. She has pioneered the resurrection of priestess initiations for the Western spiritual woman. Her courses have reached hundreds of thousands worldwide, and she has personally initiated tens of thousands through her courses and webinars. And I'm really happy to introduce her. Is she still here? Okay, she'll give her a drum. Okay, we've got a few of those. Dear friend Elizabeth, where are you? She's coming. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a story time. So Elizabeth is here. She comes. She's a dear friend of mine, and I got to introduce her to Nikki. Elizabeth and I were here for Sundance this summer, and we did some traveling across the country. My wife has studied with Elizabeth, and that's how I got to meet her. Not to drag in previous spouses, but her past husband was David Wilcock. Some of you guys might know him. I first met David back in the 90s. And Elizabeth is a treat, and she's got a lot of love and a lot of wisdom to share. And I would like to bring her up here where she does a karate chop on me or something.
I was about to give him a karate chop because we're not even ready yet. So. Your computer's not plugged in. I wanted to do some drumming to call everybody to their seats. So I invite everybody to take your seats and show up. I don't know if he told you I have 5 black belts and we owned martial arts schools. And so because of that, there's like this dojo mentality that I have with rooms of people. So I'll try to keep it under wraps, that one. So I do invite you to come to your seats, and we're going to plug my computer in. Thank you very much. So first I want to give gratitude. I want to give gratitude for Aaron introducing me to Nikki. And the way he did that was he called me on the telephone one day, and then he said, I have somebody I want to introduce you to. And I said, okay. And so he called Nikki, and he got Nikki on the phone, and I had no idea who Nikki was. And he just got us talking, and she and I just started talking. We talked for about an hour, and we had a really easy connection. And the reason that Aaron wanted to connect me with Nikki was that he said that her father had just passed, and she essentially inherited this legacy. And so I didn't know who Chief Golden Light Eagle was at the time, but the reason that he wanted me to connect with Nikki is because she has the option now, if she chooses to, I'm talking about you, so you better film it. So Nikki has the option, if she so chooses, to carry on a sacred lineage. And it's the lineages of light, which I call them the spiritual lineages that have come from Creator, that are still alive on this planet and carried by some people. It's the lineages of light that I've dedicated my life to, both physically and spiritually. And so connecting with Nikki, he thought that maybe we could be like sisters, you know, and I could support her in some way as she carries this legacy on. And so then I was invited to Sundance. And I have to thank Heihaka back here. Heihaka has graced us with his presence. Heihaka took over the Sundance. And so it was my first time ever at a Lakota Sundance. And I wasn't kicked off the property, so thank you very much. because some people are, not everybody gets to stay, and that's right. Because we all need to remember where the sacred boundaries are, and we all really need to be sacred warriors. And so that's a big part of my message, always and today, is what is a sacred warrior and how to be one? What does that even mean? And so Nikki and I got along really well. I came to Sundance to support her. And that's what I did. And then I was blessed to be able to be invited in the Arbor to smudge. And I take that as a very deep blessing to have been asked to do that, invited to do that, allowed to do that. So I say, Dame, thank you very much for that. It's a great honor. The very first time I ever met a Lakota was in 1990. I was 20 years old, and I had just done a vision quest. My boyfriend at the time was into this kind of stuff, and he randomly was like, let's go do a vision quest. And so I'm like, okay. So we had just gotten off of the mountain and in our like hippie vision quest, whatever that was. And the next day we were doing a 6-mile hike. This was like somewhere in Northern California. Like we were doing a 6-mile hike, and we ran in to a couple, and they invited us to a sweat lodge. And I went. He and I both went. It was way on the top of a mountain. And in the process of that, we realized the man is Wesley Black Elk, and it's a Lakota sweat lodge. And so they invited us in. Of course, I don't know anything about Lakota. I had done hippie sweat lodges where, in Tucson, Arizona, you take all your clothes off and you go in, and that is not the way to do it, in a Lakota hippie at all. And so there's a lot to learn for anyone. We're all children of Creator, children of God. We all have come from Creator, and we're all going back to Creator. And so it's my motto to stick close to Creator while you're here, because it makes the reentry a little less shocking. And also from, I've had a near-death experience. I've had 2 of them. And one of them I was after, going finally, getting out of my body, because it's a fight sometimes. I was greeted by my angelic family, and they were celebrating. And I didn't really know why, but, they're celebrating because this earth walk is hard. This isn't a cakewalk. I mean, this is a walk that's filled with your karmas, your dharma, your, cause and effect, the mirroring effect, the hologram effect. What you do to somebody comes back to you. And so it really takes a warrior to even be here. And it definitely takes a warrior to be here in a sacred way. And so the sacred ways, returning the sacred ways, living the sacred ways is my message. That is my message. And I focus on the sacred feminine ways because I am a woman, and because they have been forgotten. Not necessarily because people wanted to forget them, but because they were forcibly sanitized from the planet in many ways. So my mission is called the Priestess Path, Lineages of Light. And it's been something that I've been on since I was a child. So let's see what I actually made for a Hidama. Thank you. Thank you to the Lakota people. Thank you for inviting me and many others. Thank you for sharing, because that first sweat lodge that I did with Wesley Black Elk, he shared. He didn't have to invite 2 hippies on a hiking trail to come to his NEP, but he did. And it was 34 years later, before I say that, I'll say this. This is just really interesting. So I lived in Tucson, Arizona when I was going to college, and some random guy gave me this when he came back from the Lakota Nation when I was like 19. And I saw him in the natural health food store and he came up to me and he said, I have something for you. I'm like, okay. And he gives me this pouch. And he said, this is a white buffalo calf woman medicine pouch. And I just came from the Lakota Sundance and I'm giving it to you. And I've had this ever since. So for a very long time, 30 some odd years, I've had this. And it still has the little, corn in it, blue corn and little things that are in it. And it was my very first medicine pouch. And so that's interesting. I didn't really think much of it. I've carried it around for me for years and years. Then I meet Wesley Black Elk. And then honestly, what is it? 34 years later, I come here for a sweat lodge. And it was the second time I've met a Lakota. I mean, in my life, really, I didn't meet a Lakota. I didn't have any relationships with the Lakota since then. And so I got a little piece of the tree here. When I cut down the tree to put in the sweat lodge, representing the tree of life, the cosmic tree, the tree that we've all come from. Every single one of us has come from the cosmic tree of life. So this is the heart of the tree. And I actually have a couple of my apprentices here. I call them temple keeper apprentices because I'm passing on the ways that I have learned to hold a temple to them. And I gave a teaching about this because I said, this is our heart. This is your tender heart. This is the tenderest part of your heart that you're giving away. Because it's not easy to give away. It's not easy to do what I've done. I'll show you some slides. It's not easy to essentially recreate a sacred path for the white Western woman when 2,000 years ago, all of our sacred people, he concurs, because I am going to make a point. 2,000 years ago, all of the sacred women of Europe were slaughtered and killed. The Celtic people, the Iceni people, the dominator culture that has sailed around the seven seas and done this to essentially everybody began in their own backyard. And so for 2,000 years, if I want to trace back my physical body genetic lineage, my people were already killed. The energy, it's about principalities. It's not about bodies. And it's not about, who bore you and where and, the beautiful color of your skin. It's about principalities. Who do you serve? What do you serve? Because you serve something. Whether you know it or not, you're serving something. You're here. And, we give blessings for being here, for being alive, for the sun shining, for having breath, for having a voice. What are you doing with your voice? How are you using it? So this is, it really symbolizes to me giving away the most precious, giving the most precious part of you. And it's sensitive. It's not always easy. It's born of our wounds. This came out of the wound of the tree. And it's our wounds that can be the fuel for our most sacred gifts, for a sacred life. And it usually is, actually, because what else is going to motivate you? What else is going to motivate you to do something, to change, to heal, to learn, to go find medicine? Usually you got sick somehow. Something got sick. Your body got sick. Your soul got sick. And then you go looking, you go hunting to find the cure for that. And these are the medicines, the medicine ways. So clearly Creator, right, is the source of all. And thank you for being so wonderful and sweet and kind and attentive. I love that. And I'd like to offer a prayer, an invocation. because I like to do everything in ceremony. And so I invite you to just sit up nice and tall wherever you are and tune into your spine and lift your spine, free your spine from any compressions. Because that your spine is an energy channel that goes down through your body that is like the tree of life. It is that cosmic tree. And it connects us to Great Spirit above. And it moves through our body because we're the vessel, and it connects into Mother Earth. And in that way, we connect heaven and earth. Normally I use sage, but I was told we can't use sage here. So the imaginary sage. Deep breath in and exhale. Letting go of the past. Deep breath in. Sitting up even more tall. Let go. Exhale. Come into the here and now. One more. Breath in. Becoming fully present. Great Spirit, sacred ones, I call to you. Wakan Kanka, I call to you. Great Goddess, divine, compassionate Mother, I call to you. We ask for your presence here. I call to the angels in the vault of heaven, to the golden healing angels, Elohim, Elohim, Elohim. We ask that you come dance with us. And I call to the archangels, Ariel, Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel. We ask for your presence here to lend your power, protection, and guidance to this work. I call to the ascended ones. I call to the star people. Star people. I call to the ancestors of the lineages, to the ancient lineages. We say thank you. Thank you for carrying these lineages. Thank you for holding these lineages. Thank you for passing them down to us. We invite you to come sit with us and circle here. Come be a part of this. Dance with us. We're open to your teachings and your wisdom. And we call to our ancestors, those ancestors that have loved us since always and for always. We call to the ancestors on our mother's side. Our mothers, our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers. We call to them, grandmother womb spaces, carriers of the sacred portals of all human life. Come dance with us. We call to the grandfathers, our grandfather ancestors, our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, and we invite you to be with us here. We ask you to hold protection around this circle. Call to Pachamama, Madre Tierra, Mother Earth. We say thank you for these bodies. Thank you for this life. Thank you for nourishing us. We know that we will give these bodies back to you when we are done. And we ask to be a clear and clean channel for spirit while we are here. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, I like to do things in ceremony. I like to ask that spirit show me only what it wants me to do and to give me the power to do it, the power and the strength to do it. Because I trust that if I'm doing the will of spirit, if I'm in that column of light, I will be taken care of. My needs will be met. The things that I might even ask for, love, abundance, whatever it is, you know, that you want in life. We all want the same things. You want health, you want to feel good, you want love, you want enough abundance to take care of yourself without stressing out. We need community and we need a higher purpose. So it's the higher purpose part that is really my mission for women And part of that message is also about the sacred warrior. I've spent a lot of time in the martial arts, being trained by warriors, if you will, male warriors from ancient sacred lineages that are open to sharing their knowledge. And so there are some, and we say thank you to the lineages that are sharing their knowledge, like the Lakota and the ones. The martial arts is a very specialized form of knowledge, if you will, and it really comes from the sacred warrior clans. And so a lot of my raising, if you will, the people that raised me as an adult were very much warriors. And so we had 5 martial arts schools. My first husband was a master martial artist. And so that's how it became such a big part of my life. And I loved it. And I put my heart and soul into it. And we had 5 schools. We trained black belts. We trained instructors in the ancient sacred ways of the dojo temple, because the dojo is a temple. And so that was really like my first temple knowledge. Let's go to some more pictures. These are some more pictures of that time. That's me there. This is the sacred warrior part, really. That's me there at one of our graduations. We've got GK Lee there from the American Taekwondo Association there. But so the sacred warrior is necessary because the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men, and I put in women, to do nothing. So all we have to do is nothing. And then there are what we call inferior forces in the I Ching. They're called inferior forces. There are inferior forces on planet Earth. And those inferior forces, for whatever reason, always need to be put in check. Well, who's going to put them in check? Well, you need somebody to. Somebody's got to do it. I choose men to be the first line of defense. How about that? That's great. They're stronger. They're kind of made for that. That's nice. But the women will pick it up if we have to, and we have in many ways. I had a Hopi grandmother at one of my priestess retreats in Sedona. And she came and gave a little bit of a talk there. And she shared that there's actually a prophecy on Hopi about when the women have to start taking up the men's positions. And that's what's happening now, is a lot of the women are actually taking the male positions in the council because the men are choosing not to. The men aren't doing it. It has to happen. Somebody has to do it. So this time, so it's for the balance of the masculine and feminine, we need both. But it has to be the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. That's what it's all about. So that's our challenge here on planet Earth, is we get to figure that out. So I said 2,000 years ago, it was kind of the sanitization, it's a hard word to say, of the sacred in the backyard of the Romans, because the Romans kind of got the bug first, it seems, historically, but we're not sure how right history is. But we do know from certain things like this, there was a warrior priestess queen, Boudica. She was queen of the Iceni people. That's a Celtic people in Europe. And in 6D AD, the Romans had occupied their land. And they were just there for a while, but you know how, just like Daniel was saying earlier, how people get, put a bunch of white people somewhere for a while and see what happens. And I would put the caveat on that, the white dominators, because again, I believe it is a spirit, not a people. It's a spirit. So they were there in her backyard, and they did finally end up, when her husband died, they ended up pillaging her land, taking all the good stuff and the gold, and then raping her daughters. And that really pissed her off. And so she got very mad, and she single-handedly led an uprising against the Roman army and almost won. The Roman army had a really tough time defeating them, but they eventually did. And that was in 60 AD. That is the last we ever hear of a priestess queen. There is no other mention in the history books. The last we ever hear of a priestess temple really is, roughly, I mean, we could dig in history a little more, but in 394 AD, the emperor, I believe it was Thelonious I, he ordered the last temple of the priestess, the Temple of Vesta, to be shut down. He forcibly shut it down, and he made the station of priestess illegal. You couldn't do it anymore. That was the end of the Western priestess, the Western sacred woman. And they had been controlled by the patriarchy for a while anyway before that, so it wasn't that great already. But because if a priestess betrayed her vows of chastity, let's say, she could be buried alive and she'd be killed that way. And many other horrible things that I don't even want to mention here, ways that they killed the priestesses that didn't behave, if you will. And that's that's the last we hear of it in Western society. There was another time I was on that. I had a friend on the Hopi, who was a Hopi chief, and he said, bring ladies up here if you want, or bring people up here if you want, and we'll talk to them, whatever. So I brought a group of ladies, which I work mostly with ladies, brought ladies up there, and we were having a conversation with him and his family. And one of the ladies asked a question about something, as people do, right? About their culture, their lineage, their teachings. And one of the uncles said, well, why don't you ask your own elders? And the whole room got quiet, right? Because they're like, feeling, oh, I don't know. And then the mind starts going, ask my elder, and then my mind starts going, I'm like, they killed them. They're dead, thousands of years ago. So we didn't have much, if you will, is what I'm saying. The ones essentially, there's a group of people, there's a group of beings, if you will, that they like to give themselves over to evil, really, if you want to call it. And, they could be reptilians. They could be, but we're not really sure. It all makes me really yeah, that all makes me grumpy that force is on the planet, and it always has, ever since I was a little girl. So when I was a little girl, really, really young, about 3 years old, I started to have memory. I could remember my life. Let's get off of the grumpy cat hair. Okay. And I could see spirits. And one of the earliest things that happened to me was we had a lot in Oregon. I lived in Oregon. We had a lot there, an old, overgrown old lot with a cabin on it. And there was an Indian grave on it, an old Indian grave. And I was 3, and one time I was out, just there was a pond or something, in a waterfall. It looked huge to me, but it probably wasn't. And I heard this pull calling me, and I went over and I walked right over to the Indian grave, and I was standing on the edge of it because I was being respectful. I didn't want to stand on the body. And I fell into a trance, and there was this most beautiful Indian spirit, the most gentle, beautiful, strong man. And I felt so at home. He loved the land. He loved the elements. He loved the water. He loved spirit. And I felt akin to that. And I understood it. And we had like a bond, And then I heard my mother's voice calling me, and I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in that energy. I wanted to stay in that sacredness. And my life wasn't sacred. It wasn't like that at all. I was, born into a very normal, white Western family in Oregon. And there wasn't sacredness there. And so my mom called me back, and I went back, but I was very sad. I was very sad because I didn't feel like my parents were my parents, and I didn't feel at home in a world that didn't honor the sacred. And I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it in my eyes, but you can start to see that I'm starting to leave a little bit. You know, it's not the eyes of a child that wants to play. It's the eyes of a child that's been a little bit traumatized. And I want to talk to you about trauma because we all have a trauma. Trauma is kind of a thing going on. And if you look at it really closely, what the world stage is doing, what governments are doing, they are traumatizing you, traumatizing you, traumatizing you, traumatizing you, programming you. Trauma makes you open to a program. And that program is being fed to people on TikTok, on, little Facebook shorts, on YouTube, on whatever, but there's a program happening. And so I want to talk about trauma because trauma is a big part of my life. And trauma is a big part of me doing what I do. I had an older brother who also was very unruly and wasn't the huggy, sweet kind of older brother, the kind of older brother that throws dirt clods at you. And, and says that there's a monster under the bed and then locks you in the bedroom. Okay. That was my brother. So that's probably a lot of my personality, why it resonated well with martial arts. My childhood, there was a lot of yelling and screaming. My father was essentially absent. And my brother was not lovey, cuddly. So I grew up in a traumatizing environment. By the time I get a little older, you can really start to see what's going on. If you can see it in my eyes, the pain, the trauma. This is what we're doing to most human beings. I'm just showing you this because that trauma ended up becoming more and more and more. It ended up becoming bulimia. I became severely bulimic for 5 years. And the reason that really happened is I was seeing spirits. I was being visited by spirits. I had telepathy. I could see people's thoughts. I could see people's auras. I had telekinetic things happening around me. Things would move. But I had absolutely no support. There was not one medicine person. There was not one sacred thing that came into my life to teach me how to deal with that. So what do we do with our medicine children? And that name just came to me as I was writing the speech, our medicine children, the ones that are made to work with this world, the mystic, the spiritual. Because if I had somebody to start helping me and teaching me, it probably wouldn't have taken so many, many years. So this is a really important teaching that we all need to know because it's the difference between essentially love and hate. It's what happens to material reality, the reality of Creator. Creator made a world that is imprintable by free will. We all have the power to imprint this world with our free will. So love imprints with beautiful sacred geometry. And that's why sacred geometry is so powerful and working with high vibrational beings like angels. And then you can see what hate does to a person, to things. It misshapes reality. It misshapes it. All of the things associated with that. So here's another one. Here's a water molecule before offering a prayer. And here's one after offering a prayer. That's the power of your prayer. I don't know if you can see all of that. Your prayer, your intention, just saying a prayer. How long does a prayer take? A minute, 3 minutes, if it's nice and long. Or, if you're in a, ceremony, 20 minutes. But a water molecule then becomes beautiful and perfect. You have the power to change your world right now. What are you saying to yourself right now? Healthy, healthy, healthy. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Joy, 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 right? What are you saying to yourself right now? Thank you. Idame, Thank you. In whatever language it is, it has a resonance. It creates that. This, I don't even want to say it because I don't even want to say it. But that's what happens when you abuse a person. When you get angry at a person or a thing. Love and appreciation, gratitude. That's the power that you have. That is what did this. Cross-eyed, I'm like, you can see me, I'm 7 years old. I'm like essentially pleading for help. You know, you can see it in the eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. That's called soul loss. And I want to show you that because soul loss is what started me on my sacred path. Because I had a wound so deep that I wasn't doing anything else but being bulimic. I binged and purged all day long. I was running myself into the ground. I was hospitalized for it at age 17. I got worse in the hospital. I came out of the hospital and got worse. I went to college. I was, you know, I didn't have boyfriends. I didn't associate with people. I didn't talk to people. I had my own little traumatized world going on here. One day I got down on my knees and I prayed for help. We live in a free will universe. It took me a while to do that. I'm a little stubborn one. I can go 5 years and just, you know, drive myself into the ground before I actually ask for help. I actually asked for help. I was led to my first lineage. That was what they call the shamanic lineage. Even though the word shaman is a word from the Siberian tribe, it's a Tungus word from Siberia. The word shaman, it means one who sees in the dark, one who sees that which is unseen. There are those people. There are those people that see the unseen. There are those people that have visions. Those are your medicine children. What are you doing to teach them? What are you doing to lead them, to lead a people? Because those medicine children become the ceremonial leaders. But not if they don't have anybody to teach them. So thank God that yes, the shamanic lineage came into my life. I learned this shamanic journey. I started journeying to meet my guides, my spirit teachers. I started asking for the healing of my issues. And one day it happened. And in a journey, I fell into a trance. And it was a whole scene where I was giving my power away. It was being taken from me. And I commanded my power back. I said, I want my power back. I want my power back. I want my power back. And it came back into my body like a rushing wave of energy. I gasped as my soul was coming back into my body. That's what I call my first miraculous healing. Through these methods, these means, these mystic methods of prayer, of ceremony, of ancient lineage teachings. And it was at that moment after that happened, I got down on my knees and I dedicated myself. I dedicated myself to the sacred ways. Well, what kind of things do you think start happening after that? Right? Right, yeah. Well, interesting things start happening. It's been a very long road. That was over 30 years ago. So a lot of initiations started happening. The spirit started coming in my dreams. The archangel started coming in my dreams. I had 2 death experiences. I had a lot of, it's not an easy road, but I wanted initiation because when I was a young girl, when I was like 14, 15, I wanted initiation. I wanted to be taught by a sacred woman, the secrets of my body, the secrets of the cosmos. And she was nowhere to be found. That sacred woman was not around. I wanted to go to a temple. I wanted to go live in a temple. I wanted to go live the sacred ways, but there were no temples. And that made my soul very, very sad. And so when I had that miraculous healing, I dedicated my life to finding the sacred ways that I could and learning all that I could. And then spirit started bringing things into my life. This was before the internet, thank goodness, because I think the internet would be very, very confusing right now. If you were just beginning your sacred search, and you go on the internet, so thank God, thank Great Spirit that it actually somebody had to come to me. I had to meet them. And so I did. I started with the Foundation for Shamanic Studies. I was taught by Michael Harner and Sandra Ingerman. And I had my miraculous healing. And time went on. And then I was with another school of shamanic medicine. And then the martial arts came into my life. And I spent decades in the martial arts. I'm still in the martial arts. Now I am working with the Wudong masters. This is my Wudong teacher, Zi Xiao, Master Zi Xiao. And we just gave a course together last year called The Mystical Practices of Wudong Qigong. Very happy now the Wudong lineage are the mystics of the martial artists. And so I'm incredibly blessed to be connected with them. I want to go to China next year to meet to go train in China. So anybody that's into that kind of stuff, talk to me. So that's the Sacred Warrior. What did I learn? What did I learn in this whole time with the Sacred Warriors? Being trained in real lineages, real martial art lineages that trained warriors. This wasn't just podunk martial arts. My first grandmaster, he's the grandmaster of what was called the royal way, the royal martial arts, Chung Mudo. And he said they were only reserved for royalty. It was Korean. And all these warrior codes come from him. Warrior codes. How to be a warrior. What to devote yourself to. A real warrior protects the feminine. What is the feminine? The earth, her animals, her elements, the children's fire, innocence. What is the children's fire? It's the innocence in every single one of us. It's the innocence in all of creation, the pure, beautiful innocence of Creator. What does a real warrior do? Protects that. Why? Because there's this thing called the inferior on the planet that tends to manifest through people, So you have to know how to defend yourself. You have to know how to, push somebody away, if need be. You have to know where that sacred boundary is. That's the sacred masculine. Why? So the feminine can flourish. So the children can play unmolested. So a woman can stand in her beauty and innocence and not feel scared, not have to put on black t-shirts and jeans and dress like a man and slump over because nobody knows how to respect her. So the sacred masculine, and what women notice that. For the men, because the men are like, what's in it for me? I guess, I don't know. What's in it for the masculine? Because what's happening is the bad program's going on. The bad program. We're traumatizing people. Traumatized program. How many mass shootings? How many wars? We just had there was a beautiful festival going on, a ceremony of dance with children, basically, young spiritual seekers, just wanting to have fun, connect to spirit, that were brutally slaughtered. This just happened. And it happened to your people. It happens. And why? There is an inferior force on this planet, and for some reason, some people use their free will to align with it. Therefore, we all need to know the arts of self-defense, sacred self-defense, physical self-defense. So this journey's not over. This journey's not over. This journey might just be beginning in some ways. This journey as our planet is being birthed into the galactic cosmic age is going to require each and every one of us to make a choice. Who do you serve? What do you serve? The world, the earth, the 3D world, or the third density, as they call it in the Law of One books, is called the choice. What choice are you making? Do you know that you even have one? Have you made it? Who are you going to choose to be? When I was that young girl binging and purging 5 times a day, wearing baggy jeans and t-shirts and covering everything up and just like wanting to become invisible because I had no tools for anything. You know, when I was that girl, there was something in me that said, you're more than that. There's something in me that said, you're a medicine person. There's a strong woman in there. One day you're going to be her. And I sent a tether down through my soul and I wrapped it around that woman. And I don't know where I found her, but she was in there all along. And I said, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. That's who I want to be. And all I can say is that little girl that day, I was probably 19, knew that I would one day be standing on stage, talking to people, that I would have apprenticed sacred lineages. And apprentice, I mean like decades, sometimes years, blanketed apprentice, giving a blanket, being, you know, abused in a really good way by the medicine people, you know, because they tell you what needs to be told. But if that girl knew that I would be here today, she would have been really happy. So each and every one of you have that. That is your higher self. That is who you really are. You came here for a reason. You have a purpose. That purpose is your holy cause. Can you feel it? Raise your hand if you can feel your holy cause. Can you feel your purpose? Yes, thank you. Whatever it takes. Cleave to the sacred. Cling to the sacred. If there's a teaching that you need to know, get it. Get it and move on. Keep going. There's so many times I could have quit. There's so many reasons I have to quit. So many abuses. I was gang stalked by 30 people when I was with David Wilcock. Being with David Wilcock, and he's a beautiful, blessed man, was not easy. It's not easy being with, he is a sacred warrior. He called out the Illuminati before it was fashionable to do so. Whoever these people are, it's a picture rendition of it. Whoever those people are, he was calling them out before it was fashionable to do so. That has its effects and consequences. You know, it takes a warrior. Warriors need warriors. So men, what's in it for you when you can hold a space and you can hold the perimeter, when you can really hold the perimeter for the feminine to unfurl in all her beauty without being molested, for the children to play in innocence without being molested. You know, women will recognize that. Women see that. We know that. We can feel it in our bones. Our intuition is so attuned to that. You will become a fine man. You will be that fine man that those women are looking for. Because it's time to step up. It's time to step up. It's time to stand up. It's time to make a sacred stand. And what is your sacred stand? What is it? Do you know what it is? Can somebody tell me what their sacred stand is? Okay, sir. Oh, okay. You can tell me whatever they are. I'm happy to call you what you would like. That's fine.
But it's love.
Okay, love. Love is your sacred stand. Mhm. What will you put your flag in the ground for and say, this space is sacred? This space is sacred. I am sacred. Number one, I am sacred. Remember the sacred geometry things? I am sacred. This space is sacred. And therefore, anyone that comes in this space is safe. You be that person where it stops with you and you are sacred space. Sir. To protect and to serve the divine feminine, spoken by the husband of one of my temple apprentices. Thank you. Ma'am. The stand for truth. She knows her sacred stand. Mine is to return the temples and the priestesses that inhabit those temples. Welcome, Crow. To understand the divine feminine as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you. How many women in here would like to be understood? How many divine feminines, let's say, would like to be understood more? Raise your hand, raise it higher so we can see you. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to be understood too. Yeah. Daniel's raising his hand, of course, you know. I said, however many divine feminines, you know, would like to be understood. Right. So, sacred stand. So what I did, I mean, I spent 35 years, I don't know what just happened to my little slideshow. Help, help. If there's a technological person, help. So what I did, you know, after I got down on my knees and I prayed, I just want my little slideshow to come back as well. It's on Keynote. Thank you so much. Got down on my knees and prayed. I needed help. I was messed up. I had massive soul loss. I couldn't talk to people. I had so much soul loss. I would see myself through other people's eyes. I had so much soul loss. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. So the sacred lineages started coming. If you ask. So then I devoted myself to the martial art lineages. I ended up, you know, with 5 black belts, 5 martial arts schools. The Taoist lineages are inside of there, and the Taoist lineages, Neigong, Qigong, the Taoist female restorative practices, these ancient lineage practices were my life. Then I became initiated as a priestess. There was a woman giving a priestess process. I was like, that's it. You know what I mean? You know, what's the sacred position for a Western white woman? What do you call that? Well, the only thing we know of is priestess. Those ones they murdered and killed, you know, sanitized and 2,000 years ago haven't even been on the planet. So, and then the angelic lineages started coming to me. I have done 70 ayahuasca journeys. That's a lot for anybody, but not when you're mystically minded. And for me, my childhood gave me just the right recipe of like just enough trauma, just enough like the lack of kind of parental involvement for me to kind of go, I can do anything. You know what I mean? And I didn't have a lot to lose. I really didn't have a lot to lose. When you're running yourself into the gutter, you might as well do 70 ayahuasca journeys. See what happens. I mean, when we know if your life is hanging by a thread spiritually, anyway, I mean, I don't really recommend it because most people aren't cut out for it. But that's when the angelic legions opened up. That was a whole nother thing. Metatrons started coming and just infusing me with light so that I could handle more light. The angel songs came, which are to restore a soul or reconnect a soul to the angelic realms when the time is right. The death rites, the birth rites, the sacred initiations for everybody, because we need our men. We need our sacred men. And that's something I appreciate so much here on the Lakota Nation, is you still have these ceremonies. When I was in Sundance, it was so touching to see the warriors, Kehaka and his sons out there and his family, and how everybody supports everybody, and the men pinning their flesh, breaking their flesh to the tree. That's serious. That's commitment. To see how the warriors actually still hold the warrior position, the sacredness. Thank you. Thank you. Because some people just have to see it and we get it. We understand and we need more of that. And so that brings me to, oh, all right, I'll just have to talk about it. Brings me to, thank you, love. Are your pronouns love? Because that's, oh my God. Okay, good. Because, all right. Thank you, love. I like to call people love. I always thought that people should just have one name anyway before you get to know who they really are. So love is a good one because I'm really terrible with names anyway. So, but I'll remember your face. You know, so I figure they should just be a name before you really know who they are. And love. Thank you so much. So yeah, the birth rites, the death rites, these are the things. Soul restoration, ceremony. These are the things that I've put into the Priestess Path Lineages of Light Temple. Angelic activation. These are just some of them. Spirit journeying, womb blessing, temple keeping. I have two of my temple keepers here. I have a few apprentices this year, and I would like to introduce them. Tam, would you stand up and say hello to people? This is Tam. She is one of my temple keeper apprentices. She's a beautiful, beautiful woman, PhD scientist. I'm very honored to have her here. She's choosing to create, it's a temple keeper program, create her own temple, whatever that looks like, with her medicine, with the medicine that we're sharing here. It's her choice how she chooses to do that. Lynn, would you stand up? Lynn is also here as a temple keeper. Yes. Medicine people. Medicine people. We need medicine people everywhere. Everyone needs medicine people. Everyone needs medicine. So what are we doing with our medicine children? How are we teaching them? Do we have a pathway to teach them? How many of you here, raise your hand if you have a pathway to teach your medicine children? Good, good, good. Yeah, I'm in a room full of it, you know, so good. What do you think would happen if I asked that in like a normal, you know, if I'm like in Los Angeles or something giving a talk? Probably not a lot of hands would come up. So what happens to the sacred ones if there aren't other sacred ones to help out, to show you the way, to sing you the songs, to help return your soul when something bad happens, you know, when it gets too scary to be here. So community is really, really big. So I want to talk about, let's see. Oh, these are some pictures of my priestess retreats, some of them. Here is another one, a baby blessing, baby in the womb blessing. Celebration, dance among other women, allowing each other to be beautiful, celebrating each other. Water blessing, honoring the elements, honoring the earth. honoring the womb. And this comes to the final thing that I want to say, because this is the source of all life. How many of you have a mother? I know, funny question, isn't it, right? Yeah. Where'd you come from? And you're all here still, so you know, she at least did that. She fed you, clothed you, took care of you enough. I mean, here you are. Bless her. Bless her. Bless the womb that you came from. Bless the womb that you came from. We need to bring back the blessing ceremonies for women. Oh, that's me with one of my shamans and one of the shamans in Peru. This is my mother. She comes to my ceremonies too. She's 81 years old. She's always there. God bless her. I'm very thankful. So the Flower of Life project is a project that I have been asked to do. When I do my priestess retreats, the ladies always say, we need to do this for our girls. We need to do this for our girls. And I'm like, yeah, but I need help because I can't do this all alone, you know? I need help doing it. So the Flower of Life project, also meeting Nikki, I had a conversation with Nikki the last time I was here, and I said, you know, would you focus on the sacred ways if you could? Like if you didn't have to go to your 3 jobs, you know, would you focus on your sacred ways? You've been given an opportunity. You've been offered an opportunity. Would you like to take it? Would you like to remember the sacred ways? Would you like to carry the sacred ways? Because what it is to support the restoration. We'll start with one thing, the restoration of the initiations for women coming of age. How much different would your life have been if you had been taken into a sacred ceremony at the time of your blood, taught the power of your womb, the responsibility of your womb, the sacredness of your womb? What if all the young men were taught the same thing so that they understood the feminine more? Maybe life would have been different for some of us that have gone many, many moons since then. Many, many moons. My life would have been different. There was nobody. When I needed initiation, there was crickets. That's why I've done what I've done today, because I needed a temple and I had to create one. I had to be that person. There was no person. Still go find a person, go find a temple keeper, you know? It's not easy. And so we have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. We cannot let the seeds of the sacred tree die. Any of you that actually have a sacred tradition, that have a sacred lineage, the Flower of Life ceremonies are part of that. They're one of those seeds, that first beautiful little seed that we have all come from. The union of a man and a woman. Call it what you will, something got you here, and it started there, you know? It started with that divine alchemy. The sacredness of that can start an entire life. So the Flower of Life project is intended to support people like Nikki and other women to restore, recall, and share the sacred ceremonies for women coming of age. So that is one of the projects of the temple. I do other things. There's a person, at least one person here who's in my angelic activation course. One, there's another woman that was here too. Oh, thank you. So 2 women, I do courses, you know, so now what I do is I share, because after you receive so much loving care from your teachers and your elders, what's the next thing you do? you share it, or else you're what? It's a running joke, or else you're stingy. I have to threaten her with the thought of being stingy to get her to overcome her fear of stepping out and sharing her gifts. So it's our inside joke. But what happens is that once somebody has your teachers have put so much love into you. I've been trained by like masters of lineages, it's like, imagine somebody putting all that love into you, right? And then you're doing nothing. Like it's almost a sacred responsibility that you do something with it. And so there's, I do courses and things. So this is one of those things you got to do. You have to do it. Angelic Awakening is my course. It's starting on Wednesday. It's a course on angels. So this is how I spend my life now. So I was a little girl, throwing up and killing myself and covering myself and didn't even know where to start because I had no teachings. What I did have was trauma. I had love, amidst that, or I probably wouldn't be alive. But I had to go figure out how to put a soul back together. And so soul restoration is really, really important because all of us have been traumatized. Our lineages have been traumatized. Our physical lineages, look back in any of your lineages and it's there. Some people, a lot of us have had it in our personal lives, either through our parents or relationships. Trauma. Program. What program are you going to put there? TikTok or the sacred ways? Right? I'm serious. I mean, at this point, right? It's kind of like that. It's like you're going to be like program. And what are those kids going to know? Do they even know their language? These beautiful sacred languages, these beautiful ceremonies, these beautiful teachings of the masculine, the feminine, the Berdache, the two-spirited ones. There is an honored place for everyone in the sacred. And there are sacred boundaries. There is definitely a sacred boundary. And I got to learn a lot about that when I was being trained by warriors. And I got to learn where those lines are and how to keep those lines. Even in the spirit world, the line from the entities, even how to just like, this is not your place here, my friend, we're doing something else. So these are the types of things that can be. As a mystic, we're all children of God, right? We all are. Thank goodness there are sacred ways that are still alive on the planet. Thank goodness. Let's keep them alive. And remember, they all go back in the past. There is this like great cleansing process and refining process, if you will, because it all really is about that. So in the realm of the mystic, you've got everyone there. Everyone, the alien star people, every race you could ever think of, every being. It's your artistry of being. You get to be what it is. So my main message is keep and restore the sacred. Keep and restore the sacred. Keep the sacred ways. Make your life lived around them. As the world gets more complicated, what it does is it takes your soul. Each and every one of us have to make a decision of simplicity. It's the simplicity of devotion. I ask only for great spirits will for me, to know only great spirits will for me, and for the power and the strength to carry it out. Simplicity. Taking care of your body, taking care of your food. You are a human being. That thing must move. That thing must eat. Good, clean nutrients that are in God's design. Great Spirit's design. Great Spirit already designed this perfect. There is no genetic engineering that can make food better. I'm sorry. I'm a purist, if you will. I'm old school. I think that Creator just did it good already. So remember that there's a simplicity to life. You wake up in the morning, you pray, you move, you pray, you eat good food, you pray, you move, you respect people, you honor the sacred ways, you honor your elders, you protect your children, and you purify. Why are there purification rituals? Because every single one of us needs purification. None of us are saints. The great law of forgiveness, right? This is why we need these rituals and ceremonies. We're lost without them. We're lost without them. So thank you. Thank you, Dakota, for continuing your ceremonies. Thank you for sharing them. The land of the friendly people. Thank you. You've blessed so many here. Mhm. So essentially, I come here with a little envoy of my people, Daniel Brinkley. I asked him to come talk and he said yes. Thank you, Daniel. Very blessed to have Daniel here. Daniel is, he's old school. He's been all over the world. He's talked all over the place. Thank you. And I asked him to, and he said, yes, I'm very, very honored and appreciate it very much. And my temple keepers, they're here. They came. They made the journey. It's not often that, and I didn't ask them to, I just said, if you would like to join me, you can. And so here they are. So I feel very honored right now that people are here to support. And honestly, it's in support of Nikki. Nikki, come here. Because her father, Chief Golden Light Eagle, left this as his legacy, didn't he? This is his sacred bridge between worlds. The bridge between the star people, the Lakota ancient sacred ways. What? Did I say it wrong? She will correct me, hopefully. And I asked, what's the word for thank you? And she's like, Pidame. And I'm like, Pidame. Pidama. And I'm like, I hope it's the right word, because she could tell me anything, and then I'd say it, right? And make a fool of myself up here. So thank you. Is that the right word? Pidama for thank you? Good. All right. So her father wrote this and now essentially, passes the torch to her. And it's the time of the sacred feminine. It's the time for the sacred feminine to come up, to step up, and we're doing it. I didn't even have anything to start with, didn't have anything to start with. So you can do it. And we hope to continue to support, Nikki, hopefully. If we can we're gonna do some fundraising and grants, and maybe we can help her, support her to actually focus on it, because that's the name of the game. Focus on it, focus on it, focus on it, focus on it. And because all this other stuff, and I'm glad here, because the Indian school now teaches the Native American school. What do you call it? Indian school still? Marty Indian school. Now they have Native people teaching children, right? So you've made that step, right? That's a good step. It's like that. So the medicine people, it's very important that the medicine people can focus on their medicine, because our life depends on it. All of our lives depend on it. It really does. And as we're moving through the changes that are going to come, we're going to rely on our medicine people. So I hope that Nikki, I hope that you'll do it. I hope that you'll do it. And I have a lot of faith in you, but I wanted to say thank you, because it's all because of Nikki that all of this happened with. You want to say something? You say something.
Ronda needs to be up here, and Terri, and of course, my dad. And for those of you who knew my dad, he was who he was because of my mom. And we all have two different sides to us. My mom loved him her whole life, and he was the only one that she loved. I couldn't do this without all of you, Eddie, Terri, Linda, Daniel, all the speakers, everybody that showed up, everybody that bought tickets. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stina.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's support Nikki next year too. Make it big, support her. She's done so much to make this happen. She's on her phone constantly, and it's really it's in devotion to her father's legacy, the sacred ways. So this is a seed right here. This is a sacred seed. May it be watered and nourished and given the strength and the power to carry this out. And we're here in support of you. All these people are here supporting you. So think of this whenever you feel weary. Think of these people here who have come to be nourished. Yeah.
And please, everybody, go to the table and take something, please.
Okay, so yeah, that is my message. It's all about the entire reason I'm even here is to support the sacred feminine rising. I was asked to come here from Erin, whose wife has been to my priestess retreats to support Nikki. I was asked to come to Sundance to support Nikki. That's what I did. This came out of it. We're here. The very reason I'm here is to continue this, to water her. Her heart is in the right place. And we're like sisters. Like it was the connection is just so easy between us. And it's just very sweet. It was just right there. This is how the new world will be born. The new world will be born through the sacred ones. Every one of you here is one of those seeds. Every one of you here is one of those seeds. You have this within you. My wish for you is that you are abundantly cared for, that you have love in your life, you have health, you have inspiration from Great Spirit, and you have the power to carry it out because the world needs you. So thank you very much, everybody.
That's a cool thing.
That's okay. Hey, good job.
It's following me. Is it following? Like this guy's really interesting. All right.
We're gonna spend just a few more minutes getting a little bit of food for everybody. And then we're going to have Terri Sings with Raven, Nikki Zephier, and Linda Ivarie come up. But we're gonna take a few minutes, just relax and enjoy yourself while some of us finish a little bit of lunch, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Put the mic stand down here. If we had a stand. Don't stand out. Oh, yeah, we need one of those. To your right, there's those other ones. The boom stand. Should we sit in a chair or stand up?
I was like, here. Hello?
Welcome back, family. Terri sings with Raven and the Divyanka, the grandmother, Himalayan Crystal Skull. Terri is a good voice woman. It is Washte we. She's Dakota and no, Otham. She was born in the Idaho. You should have seen me when I was little. Idaho. Okay. Language. Yes. She grew up in Idaho along the Snake River and lives now just 3 miles from the Serpent Mound in Ohio. And has alternate universalrockshop.com. You heard her husband Thomas speak first day about House of Pocops. Fake ops. I'm so glad you're right here with me. Okay. She is going to talk to us about the crystal skull. I believe she's going to sing us a song, and then we're going to go into a grandmother healing ceremony with her, Nikki Zephier, and Linda Ivarie. Okay, so we're going to want to do this. Nobody leave. And it's going to be great. Okay, we're going to learn. We're going to pray. We're going to sing. I love you. Yes. Okay. Can I have Linda? Now I have some 100% pure rose oil. If you don't mind, she will put a drop on your forehead and on your arms, if that's okay. If not, push her away and whatever you have to do, just say no means no. Yes, no wait.
Creator God, thank you for this sacred day. In this most sacred place, with these most sacred brothers and sisters. Anytime we come together with you, Creator, there is no veil. We become like hollow bones. We receive your love so we might give it freely. Creator God, thank you for letting me live so close to the Serpent Mound. And the time I've walked with Chief Golden Light Eagle. And he gifted us with the peace poem and said, now Serpent Mound Star Knowledge, you're forever joined. Every day I give thanks for Chief Golden Light Eagle, as you know, Creator God. And we pray for Neki. We pray. And we say thank you. Thank you for her carrying on the ways. What will we do if the ways were not carried on? So we thank you, Creator. We thank you for each and every person here. For whatever reason, they heard the call. Their ears were open. And we thank you. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the East. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the East. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the South. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the South. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the West. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the West. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the North. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Grandmother, grandfather, we honor the North. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. I hate, I hate, I hate, I hate. Part of the earth, I hear you. Mother, do you hear me too? We are one. I honor you and all your creatures, great and small. Yavaya, 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 Ani, Ave pone ani ani te yomina Yavaya 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 Ani Ave pone ani ani teyo mina. Mother, I feel a new birth. Thank you for lessons taught. How to walk with you in a beauty way. Yavaya, Yavaya. Thank you for all of your beautiful energy. I feel your heart. And it's a good one. Or as Chief used to say, it's good. Good. You are good. So this is Divyanka. And she just came, about 3 months ago. And some folks I knew, they said, we just made this new skull. It's out of Tibetan or Himalayan quartz. And let me show you a picture. And so I said to the carver, I said, do you have a name for her? And being in India, he said, Divyanka, which means divine. So this is Divyanka. And she's my support crystal. Some people have support dogs. She's my support crystal. I haven't sang in a long time because when I put on events, I make sure everybody else does it and I get, they can just hear me cackle somewhere, it's all good. So I thank Nikki for giving me the time to do something. So, as you know, I grew up in Idaho along the Snake River. And somehow I worked at Yellowstone National Park and met an ex-husband. And he's a good man. And then made it out here, I'm not here, I'm there. I made it to Serpent Mound, 3.5 miles from Serpent Mound. And I was a good customer of Thomas Johnson's, of course, buying rocks, and I'd put on retreats. And one day I said, I got a divorce. Yeah, we knew each other for about 30 years. And he goes, oh, well, happy birthday. I said, thanks, Thomas. And then I came back a little later, like a month later, and I said, Chief Golden Light Eagle asked me to find a place to do Star Knowledge 2010. And would you like to be a speaker? But he looked really gaunt and thin, raggedy, sad. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, my wife just left me. I said, well, happy birthday. And then during that time, we flirted a little bit and I thought, no, I need to stop that. And then, you want to know his pickup line? I have kittens. And we still have kittens. It worked. It worked. So at the Serpent Mound, I'm blessed to be there. If any of you are ever in the area, one of my favorite things is to go down Brush Creek. And Brush Creek is right next to Serpent Mound, and it's a super highway. Back in the day, it connected all the waterways. You know, you could go to the Gulf of Mexico. They've found little shards of obsidian from Yellowstone, the Great Caldera. So it connects and connects and connects. But I like to take people down this river or this creek. And down there's this big head. It's a big rock. And we call it the underwater serpent. And the ancient people, the Shawnee, they called it the underwater panther. And you may be familiar with the panthers in the culture, or the Cherokee and the Shawnee. And so not many people really go down there because it's not the actual site. Each part of the serpent, when I go to the serpent, the tail of the serpent, when I'm planning our Serpent Mound Star Knowledge, has a different center. But at that tail, when I need to call in the Maori to come speak, or our Pacific Islanders, that tail is so connected to Mu and Lemuria that no matter what, when I'm praying, I get a call. Hey, I'm from New Zealand. I'm from Hawaii. And I'd like to come to your gathering, to your peace summit, is what we are, Serpent Mound, Star Knowledge Peace Summits. And then they come. I don't know why, but they do. Spirit speaks loud. So most of these songs were gifted to me there at this special place at the Serpent Mound. There's also spring water that we can show you too, the spring water that we had here. It's just a fourth of a mile down the road. And it's like drinking in the spirit of the land. And in 2003, oddly enough, if you look across from the basin where the spring is, kitty corner in that field, 2003, there was a crop circle that occurred. And Thomas at the time was drumming that night, the night before. And there was a big thunderstorm. And the next day, the crop circle appeared. Oh, now it has hair on it. It's like at the bottom of my purse. I know a true friend when they're coughing, and I say, let me get you a lozenge. And it's got, purse stuff in it, right? And they take it and they put it in their mouth and they're happy. And I know. I love you, cat hair, you name it. So I'd like to sing you this chant that they gave me at the Serpent Mound. People always say when you go to the Serpent Mound, they say, we're going to activate the serpent. We're going to activate it. And Thomas and I laugh because we think we need a switch in our shop that says, activate the serpent, $20. But the whole thing about that is, if you go there in a good way, that serpent activates you. And, just see nature. But it starts with your first chakra, because the Serpent Mound has different areas. So we're just gonna sing this and get from it what you will. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. Hey, na, na, na. Hey, na, hey, na. Hey, na. As Danny and Brinkley says, breathe. Remember your breath. Just breathe. One time in Tijuana, no, I've never been to Tijuana. But that would be a good story. Thomas has been there. Nah, we'll keep those stories to ourselves. Anywho. So when Miracle, the white buffalo calf, was born, I journeyed up there to visit her. And it was amazing. She was standing on a hill, and all the other bison were around her. And like kneeling. And then along the gates, there were hundreds and thousands of prayer ties. Prayer ties. There were bottles put there of liquor. Like somebody decided, today's my last day to drink. And they put it down. There was a father's collar. And the story of the grandpa that owned the farm, he said he wanted to get married to a woman and have children. So he put it down. It was a very healing spot. Of course, everywhere on earth is a healing spot. But this song was gifted to me there. And so those of you who feel like you need a healing, put it in your mind of what you're thinking about healing. Your hey, way, your hey, way. Your hey, way, your hey, your hey, way. Your hey, way. And it's miracle I'm loving you. And it's miracle I'm loving me and giving to all. Yago ke havina. Yago ke havina. Yago ke havina. Yago ke havina. Yo hey yo hey hey yo. Yo hey yo hey hey yo. Yo hey yo hey hey yo. Yo hey yo hey hey. Yo hey yo hey hey. Yo hey yo hey. Yo hey yo. Yo hey yo. I got this message for you over there. I see you in your green shirt. It's goofy. You ready? Yeah. Calm down. This is a one-woman show. You with the sad eyes. Don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all, and the darkness there inside you makes you feel so small. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. We're going to see it again, sing it again, but Linda and Nikki, I want you to just go over there and give her a big hug. Because I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. We've all been there, and I didn't even know. And I don't know where she is. I used to tell Chief when he'd say, grandmother, and I'd say, I'm not a grandmother. I'm the queen mother of nonsense. Simple as that. It's one of the sixth sense. I don't know where it is exactly. I don't have to know because it's nonsense, right? So this is another song that was gifted to me. When you're feeling lonely. I was visited by the Lady Guadalupe. And this is what she said to me. Well, you know the first part. And even if you are a recovering Catholic, and I'm not a Catholic, but don't throw out everything because some of your ancestors truly believed in that. Take the good. Take the good. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed is thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us, now and at the hour of our victory. I hear singing like a bird, voices bursting into bloom, heart responding to the sound. Am I dreaming, or will I awake? My lady sings, Kuish amonika, nika ni moni monatsin. Kuish amonika, nika ni moni monatsin. Kuish amonika, nika ni moni monatsin. Kuish amonika, nigani moni monatsin, which means, am I not here beside you? Am I not here to heal all this pain? Am I not to spiritually guide you? Am I not to heal all this pain? This was told of long ago, place of essence, place of soul. Mother told me of this day, I'd stop dreaming and I'd awake. My lady sings, Kuish amanikan, nikani moni monatsin. 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 Am I not here beside you? Am I not here to heal all this pain? Am I not here to spiritually guide you? Am I not here to heal all this pain? So I'm going to sing a little bit of the song. It's Nikki likes it. Nikki likes it. Y'all have to like it. Because Nikki's the boss of us all. Now, the song is called Keeper of the Stars. And it was gifted to me at Serpent Mound. And I was sitting there and spending the night there, which you have to get the right permission. And they came down. They came down. And I could feel their breath on my cheek. I could feel them. They were there. One time I was with her dad, and we were at a festival with Blue Feather, Douglas Blue Feather. He's never invited me back. But I started singing this song, and all of a sudden this big wind came in, big storm, It was so cool though. Cause all the chairs were perfectly lined up. You know, like you have at an event. And the wind blew in and it just tipped them over one, like dominoes. That was awesome. More cat fur. And anyway, and there was Lauren back there just laughing. He thought it was the funniest thing, and everybody was holding on their tents so they wouldn't blow away. And you know, of course, Douglas was covering up his sound equipment, very expensive sound equipment. And because your dad just kept on laughing, I just kept on singing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sing this song. And while I sing it, I'm going to give you the opportunity. Eddie, where's Eddie? Is there any way you could put this microphone on that side? I'm a diva. And during that time, and even right now, while he's doing that, if anybody wants to come and introduce themselves to Divyanka today, because normally I would not let anybody touch her, but today, because I feel so in tune and so comfortable with each and every one of you. If you feel called to touch her, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know if she'd have a message for you or not. And you can just, you know, just don't hog up the time. She'll be with you after this, you know, if you want. There we go. And these are my Hopi friends. Gifted. You are gifted. Yes. So it's up to you. Nothing. Satina says, yeah. Okay. Jordan, 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 hey na Jordan, 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 hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, 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 hey, hey na Jordan, 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 hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, 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 hey, hey na Jordan, 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 hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, Jordan, hey, Jordan, 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 hey, hey na Jordan, Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane ne ne Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane ne Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane ne Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane ne Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne Jodane hey Hey na Jodane ne I like you all singing with me. Thanks, Barbie. Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane ne Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane 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 hey Hey na Jodane Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane ne ne Jodane hey Jodane Jordane, Jordane, hey na Jordane, 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 Kina Jordane. What I'm feeling is or what I'm being guided is something to the effect of, let's just all drop our judgments. Judgments of others. Oh my goodness, like a year ago, I'd say even a year ago, Queen Judge. Judging people for what they're doing, judging people for who they are. Judge, 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 judge. But what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, right? When you release judging people. Just release that judge. Go ahead. Yeah, just keep on going while I'm talking. And what was it Guy saying yesterday? Somebody said, oh, it's hard to be a native. It's hard to be, Indian. And he said, no, what's hard is being a drug addict, being an alcoholic. That judgment is kind of addictive too. So all those things are really hard. So we're going to release a lot of that. I think a lot of you have already done this. Who is Divyanka? She's a piece of quartz crystals. She's, how old would you say, Thomas? Billion. Not her, but the quartz is around 1 billion. And I get the feeling each and every one of you, I was supposed to speak earlier, and Nikki, she's just, we're doing this, and Fumi wanted something earlier. And that was such a beautiful ceremony. And everything's working in divine order because I wouldn't have done this earlier. And what Divyanka is telling me is that, they talk about this programming. It's not programming, but what you're doing is you're helping her on her path to awaken, each and every one of you. And I thank you for that. Thank you for that gift of awakening. Who's the most important person here at this conference? Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. There's not, what did Sherwin always say? The end of the age of the guru is gone. It's gone. Later. It's gone. Each and every one of you have a gift. An amazing gift. And you're sharing this with Divyanka. And I appreciate that. And in a little bit, we're going to have Nikki and that girl, Linda. She's been in a place today that it's just, if you want to travel and go someplace else, she'll take you with her. And you're like, where am I? See, we all have gifts. Flag ceremony was so deja vu. I don't know what that was about, but it was beautiful. So let me think of another song, and eventually Nikki and that girl. Stop it, Linda. You're erasing my mind. Those are not the droids you're looking for. Thanks, Linda. They're going to teach you, well, all right. They want you to do it now. Joe Plum is going to explain about a song, about the grandmother song. Did you want a microphone over that brought to you, or? And oh, you okay? I don't know what she's doing. While we're still communicating.
So if everybody can just take the chairs to the side of the room and just create one big circle.
Like we said, we're in a space. Is this?
I think it's just okay. So if everyone can stand who wants to, we'll have the men in a center circle facing out and the women in an outer circle facing the men. So the men you can face out, and so women come all the way around. So we're gonna sing two songs. The first song will be like so. And you can even put one hand on your belly and one hand on your heart. And whoever you're standing across, you just send them love and we sing. And you can choose a few people. You don't have to focus on one, just wherever your eyes like to rest. So the first song, Joe's going to give us a background for the 13 Lemurian grandmothers.
The songs, this is the one I know least about, but the first word is Yaru. That means they come. And then the next 13 words are the names of the 13 galactic grandmothers. Lemurian, yeah. And as far as I know, it came from West Coast. Ramachandra through the Salish, yeah.
Drop your hands and just move back to our guidance circle and then move on.
Get it going. Yes, good.
So, all right, what am I saying? It'll probably be here. Give me a word. Yellowhead. Okay. This song gave me a good teaching. Let's put it that way. The very first digital recordings that Eagle did, we did down at Marcellus in Mesa, and he sang 10 lodge songs in Dakota, and then he put this song on the end. And I brought it home to Iowa, and my son burned it into CD, but I thought this song didn't sound Indian enough, so I chopped it from the CD, and I brought the CD to South Dakota, and he listened to it, and he goes, "Where's that other song?" So he made me go back to Iowa and put the song back on it and bring it back. And that prompted a lot of questions from me because it just didn't fit any of theirs. So this song was gifted to Eagle by John Lamedeer. Eagle had been at a powwow in up north somewhere. John lives up north by where he did live by Pine Ridge, and he's a very revered ancient teacher. There was a book about him once. What was it, Pat? Huh? Yeah, Seeker of Visions. So Eagle had somehow come home, got a trunk of canned deer hides in the process, and he was coming home with them. And he went by the turn to John's house, which was off the road. So he went up there and he said, John was sitting on the porch saying, "What took you so long to get here? I've been waiting for you." And then he says, "Where's those deer hides?" And so Eagle didn't know he knew anything about it. So he took him out and he thought, "Oops, there goes the deer hides." Well, they ate and sat around, and when they sat on the porch, John gave him this song, and he gave him an elk tooth that was inlaid with turquoise, and that was one of the center part of Eagle's bundle. And at that time, John was Steve Red Buffalo's father-in-law, and John told Eagle, and Eagle told me that this song came from the Shoshones. This is why it sounds different. The chief Washita from the Wind River Range, and that he got it from the Egyptians in the Uwippi. So that's why it sounds different. And we always call it the Yellow Hand song. In the book, there's a picture. The yellow hand is the Christ consciousness. So this is the song that goes with that part of the book. Okay, okay, one more little thing, the translation. But one more little thing, the translation of the words. The translation of the words is, look to the east, see the dawn, behold the new day our ancestors have given us.
This is a request. Actually, I'm gonna sing a song, and then we brought this big drum all the way from Serpent Mound, and I wish we had some drummers. Alan and Alan, 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 Alan. Anyway, in a little bit, if you guys would go to the big drum and do the thank you song. Ready? Wherever you want. But this is a song that came to me when yes. Yes.
Said he is glad to see people come together apart, that we are all one nation, and to let you know he is most appreciative.
And as our motto goes at the Serpent Mound Peace Summit, all nations, all races, all my relations. All nations, all races, all my relations. All nations, all races, all my relations. Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto. Bend down and listen to the heartbeat. Bend down and listen to the call. Is it saying you must tell yourself and then help to heal the others? And then we can heal this land. Look up and listen to the heartbeat. Look up and listen to the call. Is it saying you must tell yourself and then help to heal the others? Then we can heal this land. Come together, come together, come together, heal your heart, heal your land. Kindness, caring, healing light wrapped around this land. Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto. I have heard this earth can't go much further. And at times we can feel the same. But tomorrow would be a brighter day if we all began to pray. Look inside and listen to the heartbeat. Look inside and listen to the call. Now voices say, I'm healed today. Now let us heal this land. Come together, come together, come together, heal your heart, heal your land. Kindness, caring, healing light wrapped around this land. Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto, Yohuali ekueto. That song came to me and came in runner-up in the John Lennon songwriting contest. Now, where is Lonnie Walker? Why don't you can you sing Imagine? Do you know the words? No, there's I don't know. Well, maybe you want to sing something different. A cappella while they're hugging. Hug each other. each other. Kneel if you can get up. Kneel if you can get up. I shall get up. She's not the only one with nonsense. Watch me now. I didn't know about nonsense till I met Terri. I said, oh. Each other. Hug each other. Hug each other. Pick a note, any note. Do it again. I said, hug, hug one another, hug, hug one another. High as I can go. Hug one another. I said, hug, hug, hug. Shake some booty now. Shake some booty. How? I wasn't born with a booty, but I pretend I got one anyway. Hug, hug, hug each other. Hug, hug, hug. Hug each other now. Hug yourself. Where are we going with this one? I said, I can dance, just watch me dance. I can dance, just watch me. I can dance. 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 Come on, come on, come on. Move something. Even if it's a toe. I can't dance. Watch me. I try my best to dance, but how's that, Terri? Okay. We're just gonna sing choruses of stuff. Just a little bit. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but even for Lonnie. Yeah, everyone. Let's do that again. It feels good. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. Oh, I cut it short, didn't I? Needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. How about this one? What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? I don't know this. Sing out of key. Oh, I get by with little help from my friends. Imagine all the people living life today. You might say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Drummers, take your place to the drum. Drummers. 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 Where's Jose Luis? Jose. Jose. Eddie. Eddie. Jose. Alan. 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 Well, hurry it up. Wonderful.
Yeah, Dan, you told me to find out where we going at. He's out in the car. He's out in the car. I don't know what there's an easy way to do that. I don't get it. Hopefully I got it. Now let's see. Now. Everything's in her car. Is that recording?
Oh my God.
We got a TV show. We finishing up fun stuff to send him, and I want to see it for about 30 weeks. Go cut off tonight. All right. We'll send it. Oh, baby. I appreciate that. Yeah. Hey, Chief Louis put in the call at about the perfect time. I turned and everybody was chatting, and I said, and I told him, listen, Dave, and he and he said, I have a minute. Are you there on Facebook or, huh? Right. Okay. I think it's a big service you can come.
I want to say to everybody, as you get ready to take off tonight, please drive safe as you travel, fly, drive, or walk. Be safe, travel with love, be peace. And if anybody wants a CD, if you enjoyed Terri's voice, her CDs are still over here. I saw them still out. Safe travels, everyone. We'll see you next year. Our calendar for next year is on the back of this year's flyer. Please come do this again.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know, it's my stuff, yeah. Yeah, I can go to the movie. Well, I need to move the car now. And you might be, grandma,